Hello, everybody. Welcome to OCA Greater Cleveland. Happy New Year. We have here with us Mr. Wayne Wong, our VP of Communication, and Lisa Wong, our President of OCA. Go ahead, Wayne and Lisa, say something and welcome everybody.
Hey, everyone. Happy New Year. Gong hei fa cai. This is obviously a auspicious occasion for us. Thank you for joining us. We have a great event planned for you all today. Thanks for joining.
Lisa?
Hi. Gong hei fa choi, Senin Paila. Xin Jong Lakin.
Great. So we're going to have a really packed programming today, and hopefully you guys enjoy what we have. I'm gonna give it over to a wonderful Wayne Wong. He's a great guy and does a lot of this for us. And Wayne, you can take over it. I will be running in the background.
All right, thanks. Well, before we let Johnny get away, he introduced me as the Vice President of Communication, but he's actually the Vice President of Communication for OCA Greater Cleveland. I am the Vice President of Administration. And Lisa is no problem. And Lisa is the president of OCA. Later on, we're going to tell you a lot more about our organization and the events that we have planned for you. Currently, maybe I'll just start off by well, let's start there. We'll tell you about OCA in case you don't know about it. OCA, the first question people will ask is, what does it stand for? And that has to do with the roots and history of the organization. OCA, when it was first formed, stood for Organization of Chinese Americans. However, as the demographics in America grew and changed, there were many other people that could be served by the organization. OCA at its heart is a civil rights advocacy and social justice organization. We also do a lot in terms of cultural outreach and education as well. But that expands certainly well beyond our roots in the Chinese community, Chinese American community. And so with that, the organization has adopted the name of OCA, just the letters, to keep with the heritage of the organization, but has also adopted Asian Pacific American Islander to the name of the organization. So it's not just a local chapter, and we call it OCA Greater Cleveland because there's actually a large network. There's a national organization with many chapters, dozens of chapters throughout the country, some of which hopefully have joined us here today to watch. So thank you if you're watching from other cities. Certainly we expect that most of our viewership, I'll call it, is from our local Cleveland community, but we're glad that everyone could join. And if you did join us and want to say hello and let us know where you're coming from, just put in the chat window where you're from, and any messages you might want to share of good luck or Happy New Year. And throughout the performance, we're going to have dances and cooking demonstrations. We're going to have musical performances. And if you have questions about the instruments or the performances or the customs, put that in the chat as well, and we'll try our best to address those.
Great.
So,
thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe also we'll take a moment to thank other people that aren't here on screen. OCA Greater Cleveland is one of the smaller chapters, but I like to think of us as small but mighty. We do a lot with the small team that we have. There's a great membership. But in addition to the membership, it's led by a board, and the board members, I'll just call them out by name at this point. As I mentioned, Lisa's the president. I am the vice president of administration. Johnny is one of our past presidents, but he's also the vice president of communications. And also on the board is Stephen Jung. He's the vice president of membership. We have Vera Boggs, who serves as our secretary. We have Harold Ham, who served on the board for quite a while now, and he is our treasurer. And we also have David Huang and Rohit Shastri, two of our newer board members that have been a great addition to the team. Throughout the event, we'll probably talk a little bit more about some of the other OCA programs. But just to give you some highlights in case you didn't get a chance to look at the schedule that has been posted everywhere online, just to give you a glimpse of what we have in store for you today. we're going to start things off in a little bit with a special message from I'll just say that for now. Actually a couple of special messages, and then we're going to have the Kwan family lion dance. And if you are not familiar with that, that's certainly going to be a highlight throughout the Chinese and Lunar New Year time. That's always a highlight of the area festivities. Later on in the evening, we're also going to have our own OCA Greater Cleveland Dragon Dance team. We're gonna show a performance as well. We're gonna have musical instruments. We're gonna have dance performances, and we're also gonna have a cooking demonstration today. And as we get to those segments, we'll talk more about the great people that have those performances and demonstrations, and we'll talk more about them in their segments. So at this point, do we want to perhaps talk a little bit about Lunar New Year? Is that something we have time for at this point, Johnny? Nope, you're muted. I'll take that as a yes. From your body language, I think that meant yes.
Yeah.
So,
we can. Sorry.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, part of what we want to do at OCA is, yes, we do a lot of other programs, and we'll talk a little bit about those later, voter engagement, things like that. But a big part of it is cultural outreach. And so for those friends that are joining us that perhaps are not as familiar with Lunar New Year and Chinese New Year, I can talk a little bit about that. You know, what is this thing? Well, it's based on the lunar calendar, first of all, as the name implies. We all obviously in America and Western culture are very familiar with what I'll say is the Western New Year, but much of Asia actually follows the lunar calendar, and as a result of that, the lunar calendar is based on the phases in the moon, and as a result, the Lunar New Year has been celebrated now for centuries, if not thousands of years, in Asian culture, and that continues on even now throughout the world. This is a huge holiday. If you watch the news, you'll see that in China, all the transportation is very congested during this time of year, because a big part of Lunar New Year is gathering with families. And that means going back to typically hometowns to visit parents, visit with families. And the Lunar New Year celebration is exactly that. It's a holiday where we all get together. I would say the standout items that really kind of make it fantastic for me personally is the gathering with the family. I always tell my kids that I've always enjoyed Lunar New Year. It's my favorite holiday. It's also my favorite meal of the year, because with New Year's is typically two very big meals, and in my case, four big meals, because I celebrate with my side of the family, and then I get to celebrate with Lisa's side of the family. And I should make that very clear. Lisa happens to also not be my president of OCAGC. She's also my wife. So we get to celebrate with her family as well. So by having what's called a reunion dinner, which closes out the previous year right before the new year. And then after the new year, we get together with family again, and we have what we call the opening of the new year. And as you'll notice, the background colors, my shirt, Lisa's clothing, and even Johnny's logo, right? It's red, because red is a very important color, especially when it comes to celebrations. We'll talk more about New Year in general, but since I'm talking about red, you can look up on the internet about the little story about the little girl who scared away the Nyan, which is a beast or a monster. And she scared it away. This thing was terrorizing the village, but she scared it away because she was wearing a red jacket, and that was enough to scare the monster away. So a lot of the things that we talk about, whether it's the lion dance or the dragon dance. These are traditions, right? But we honor those traditions, and a lot of it is about making sure that the new year is filled with happiness, filled with good fortune. So we wear red. We have lion dances, and we have dragon dances, and we have firecrackers, and we have gongs and drums, and all that is based on tradition to scare away those evil spirits and make sure that there's ample room for good luck and joy for the new year. And regardless of religion and whether or not you believe in that, we enjoy those traditions for exactly what they are, because they're such a big part of our culture, and we get to share that with you today. So thank you once again for joining us. In case it looks like the number of participants have grown, so maybe I'll just take a couple of minutes for those that have just joined us and that were not here right at the top. On camera right now is my name is Wayne Wong. I am the Vice President of Administration of OCA Greater Cleveland. Johnny Wu is the Vice President of Communications, and Lisa Wong is the President of our local chapter. And is there anything that perhaps Johnny or Lisa, you guys want to chime in before we move on to our next segment?
Just welcome all our guests here. I see so many of you commenting. Feel free to ask questions and give us your comments.
Yes, and it'll take about 10 to 20 seconds to get to us because of the internet. So the sooner you can post your question, the better for us.
Yeah, and it's great. I see some of those comments popping up. I believe, Johnny, that this is all going to continue to be available even after we want certainly people to watch this event, but share your good thoughts, and that'll be displayed. And if you have questions, we'll try to read quickly and try to answer them. I don't know if we'll be able to get to all of them, but nevertheless, we want to hear from all of you.
Yeah.
Maybe I can point out that if people want to know more about our organization, OCA Greater Cleveland, they can go to our website, OCAGC.org. That's OCAGC.org. And on that website, you can find out a lot more about what we do, some of the programs that we either lead, participate in, or help to sponsor. A couple of those include certainly the Cleveland Asian Festival. I should mention that, I should have mentioned that at the beginning, actually, that this event, while it's being hosted and brought to you by OCA Greater Cleveland, it is in partnership and partially sponsored by the Cleveland Asian Festival, which Lisa, Johnny, and I are also part of. So we thank our fellow executive committee members and leaders that have been part of the Cleveland Asian Festival. If you're not familiar with the Cleveland Asian Festival, this would be our 12th year of the Cleveland Asian Festival. Last year we had to cancel, unfortunately, because of circumstances, and this year we'll make future announcements as the time approaches. But it's typically in May as we celebrate Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. It's held down in the heart of downtown Cleveland in Asia Town, where about 40 to 45 to 50,000 people attend over a weekend. We close down Payne Avenue, and we just welcome all of the city to come down and celebrate with us. And that's always been a lot of fun, a great event, and OCA has been a founding organization that's been a big part of the Cleveland Asian Festival since its start. Other programs that OCA leads or sponsors includes the Dragon Dance team. I happen to be the lead of the team, and we have a great membership that performs throughout the Northeast Ohio area. Typically, we perform, I would say, 7 to 10 performances a year. But we also get together and we practice and have a lot of fun. I like to think about the Dragon Dance team as more of a dragon family, is what we like to call ourselves, because we are very much that. We also have programs in voter engagement and voter outreach, and especially when it comes closer to election time, if you're familiar with us, you'll see a lot of messaging from us having to do with voter engagement. We also have the OCA Image TV, which is it was streamed but is still available. And how many episodes are there? I think there's like 9 or 10 episodes.
Actually, there's about 14 episodes going on right now.
14 episodes. Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at the total list, but each of them talk about a different segment of whether it's just Asian culture in general. There's one show that's specifically about Lunar New Year, and other ones about Asiatown and the growing Asiatown that we have in our community. We also have a weekly radio show called OCA Asiatown Voice. It's on WJCU. It's on Sundays at 7 a.m. So if you're an early bird, you can get up, rise and shine, and listen to OCA Asiatown Voice. So we have other programs such as Project Raise, which is about healthy living and healthy eating. And we are involved with other programs such as Tai Chi practice and training in the neighborhood. And again, if you want more information about any of those programs, you can find that on our website, OCAGC.org. And if you would like to join us, as a member, there's also information on the website about how you can join.
Should we start the greeting from the city?
Absolutely. So without further ado, now that our hopefully many people that have been able to join us now, let's go ahead and kick things off with a greetings from the Mayor of Cleveland, Mayor Frank Jackson.
Hi, I'm Mayor Frank Jackson. I want to wish you a happy Lunar New Year. I know that celebrations are a little different now this year, in particular due to the pandemic, but it does not take away from the meaning, the value, and the significance of the event. This year is the year of the ox, which signifies strength, hard work, and dependability. Again, I want to wish you a happy New Year's, and thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Jackson. The mayor has been a wonderful supporter of the Asiatown community. He has been able to attend most of our Cleveland Asian festivals during our kickoff welcoming events on Saturday, and even with this event, we're glad to have you, even though it's through that message. In addition to the mayor, we also have another message. As I mentioned, our local chapter is part of a national organization, and there is a national board, and that national board is composed of membership from a variety of presidents throughout local chapters. But then there's also a national president, and newly elected national president this year is Linda Ng, and I want to welcome her with her video greeting.
各位好，我係美華協會國立主席 Linda Ng，我而家同各位拜年，恭喜發財，希望你哋喺牛年嗰度咧就身體健康，龍馬精神，大吉大利，出入平安，心想事成，年年有餘，龍馬精神，喺麻雀台嗰度咧就贏多啲。喺讀書嗰度咧就中狀元。Hello, my name is Linda Ng. I'm the national president of OCA. I just want to wish everybody a happy Lunar New Year with prosperity, good health, and good fortune. 恭喜發財!
That's wonderful.
That's great.
Thank you, Linda.
Thanks, Linda, and I'm glad that you were able to say that, so neither Lisa or I have to say that. I don't think we would be able to. Thanks a lot. One of the things I should mention, since Linda was just on, the national organization has a national convention every year, and that's how a lot of the local chapters get to network and work together and just learn from each other. And that's where I and Lisa have been able to work with Linda and many of the other, I'll say, advocates at a national level. So it's been a fantastic relationship with some of the other organizations and some of the other chapters. We, as part of the Cleveland Asian Festival, typically have kicked that off with a special performance, right? We like to start with a, and likewise, we're going to start our performances of this event with a bang. So we have had the Kwan Family Lion Dance team perform at every one of our Cleveland Asian festivals when the event was live. And we're glad to have them as part of our New Year celebration as well. It's particularly important because, as I said, Lunar New Year is very much about tradition, and the lion is a big part of not just the holiday tradition, but it's a huge part of our local Cleveland Chinatown, which eventually became Asiatown tradition. And the Kwan family has been a huge part of that. The Kwan Family Lion Dance team, many of you are already familiar with them, but for those that are not, they are 3 generations deep in lion dancers. They've been performing now for over 3 decades in the Cleveland community. They're the premier lion dance group, and we're just very happy to have them as part of our show. Throughout the performance, I'll probably just interject a few other comments to help explain some of the customs of the lion dance for those guests that may not be familiar. So without further ado, let's start things off with a bang. The Kwan Family Lion Dance.
My name is George Kwan, and I'm the leader of the Kwan Family Lion Dance team. They wanted me to talk to you a little bit about how our team started. We began our martial art training probably when I was about 8 years old. My dad had a co-worker that worked in the store that he worked for, and they started us at a young age learning martial arts, a form of kung fu. And we turned 14, and they started us with lion dance training in downtown Cleveland. Trained at the Leung Merchants Association. We also trained over at the Hip Sing Merchants Association. Had many different teachers over the years, and we just grew in the art. About when I was 19, we branched out on our own, found some support in the community. A few people backed our lion dance team financially, and we've been performing for over 35 years as the Kwan Family Lion Dance team. We're here today to hopefully wish everybody a Happy New Year for 2021. This is the year of the ox. It's a very, very lucky year for those willing to work hard.
So this is a performance that the Kwan Lion Dance team performed last week. This was at the Asian Town Center facility. As I mentioned, loud noises are a big part of this performance. And here you see firecrackers, if I recall correctly, because we've been having this type of dance at the facility for many years. I believe there's 40,000 firecrackers that are lit up as part of the lion dance. You'll notice that there's a table that the lion is going to greet, and on that table are some goodies, some fruit to welcome the lion. If it was any other year, like last year, this entire hallway would be filled with people. But we're social distance. Nevertheless, the lion's doing its job as part of the celebration. You'll notice that it goes to every restaurant and every business. It bows. It walks throughout the business. And it brings good luck. It's important that it goes throughout the facility, every restaurant, both floors of the facility, so that it brings that luck to all the businesses.
Real fan bowing right there. So this is Feli in Asian Town Center. It's somewhat new. And now we have a younger generation here.
The adult lion, we have the baby lion. Lisa mentioned the restaurant. They serve Vietnamese food, in case you're interested in trying Vietnamese food. Within Asian Town Center, which is located on East 38th Street and Superior Avenue, is Asia Foods. And that's where the lion is now. As the name implies, Asia Foods is one of the very large, say, market. It's not really just a grocery store because it goes well beyond that, but it's really a market that specializes in Asian goods.
So in this back area, there's a new eatery, Asia Food Tea House, Asia Tea House, I believe.
And as you can see, there's lots of different goodies in the Asia Foods market. I think with the growth of shows like the Food Network and lots of cooking shows, really these markets, and there's several within the Asian Town community, serve a very wide spectrum of customers and clientele, not just the Asian or Asian American customers, but a lot of people come to these markets looking for those special sauces or special spices or special food ingredients that are not available in the typical market. It's just another of many, many reasons to come to Asia Town. So again, for those that are not familiar with the lion dance, I'll kind of explain what's happening here. Again, it's part of this proud tradition. And typically when lion visits new facilities, there is some taunting with the guy with the mask. It's kind of a playful game between the lion, the guy in the mask with the fan. But eventually the lion kind of wakes up. And when it wakes up, it sees this lettuce, and usually red envelopes. And we'll talk more about red envelopes later. But it's enticed by what's hanging up there, again, the lettuce and red envelopes. And eventually it's going to want to make its way to that. You're going to see the kids feeding the lion something called lai si or hong bao. And hong bao translates into red envelope. What's in that is lucky money. And by feeding the lion lucky money, we're wishing it good luck, but we're also wishing for good luck for ourselves as well. Johnny's holding up one of those hong baos, lai si.
So since this is a virtual celebration and we're not there in person, if you wanted to feed the lion for good luck, the Quan Lion Dance team now has a Cash App. So you can feel free to feed the lion virtually.
And most years, I know our friends that are part of the team, led by George Quan and his family, his extended family and growing family, they typically perform 30 to 40 performances a year just around Lunar New Year timeframe, because all the restaurants, all the businesses want this great lion dance at their facilities, so they bring them in to make sure that they have a prosperous new year. And so you may not be able to see it, hopefully you can, but the lion also, one of the fun things it does, especially when there's a huge crowd like typical, it tosses out candy at the kids because it's spreading sweetness. Again, everything is very symbolic. Candy represents sweetness, and eventually it's going to toss out some other things here. That it's going to grab from the hanging, I'll call it hanging lure. It's going to grab it and toss it out to the attendees. If you can't make it out, it's lettuce, and again, lettuce being green represents prosperity. I think it just kicked a sweet to some of the kids for good luck. So once again, if you want to give the Quan Lion Dance team a virtual hongbao or a virtual red envelope, the information is scrolling down on the bottom of your screen. You can send that to them via the Cash App. $ Quan Lion Dance Team. And there it is. So it grabbed the lettuce, tore it up inside its mouth, and spread all of that good fortune to everyone.
Yes, for the virtual hongbao, you could send your hongbaos to the Quan Lion Dance team's Cash App.
Maybe if some people may not be familiar with that, Lisa can share it with Rosa directly and anyone else, or somehow we'll get information out to people that may not be as familiar. All right, let's give them a virtual round of applause from wherever you're at. That was great. If you guys are watching, George and the rest of the family, thank you once again for being a big part of our event.
That was fun. I was watching it from the background.
Yeah, and I do apologize. Obviously, we are not in our studio setups. We're like so many other things, right? We have to adapt and we have to do the best that we can. So just like instead of celebrating all together at big events in Asia Town right now, we're streaming live from our homes. And the great thing about a morning room is you get a lot of sunlight. The bad thing about a morning room is you get a lot of sunlight. And when we practiced and rehearsed this, it was at a different time, and I did not anticipate. I should have known that the sun would be in the background. So I apologize for that. I don't think my head's quite large enough to block out all that sunlight, but we're gonna make do, because you're not here to necessarily see me. I think you're here to see some of our wonderful performers and learn about the culture and the custom. And we have more of that in store for you. I think, Johnny, we have Y-Chan up. Is he ready to go?
Yep, he is ready to go.
All right. So next up, I mentioned earlier that OCA has a program called Project Raise. We encourage healthy living, healthy lifestyles, and healthy eating. And as part of that, we have a couple of area Tai Chi events that happen. Y-Chan is one of our instructors, and I think Y is probably going to tell you a little bit more about Tai Chi, so I don't need to. So with that, why don't we go ahead and bring him on?
Oshi Fatai. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. I have a little bit of feedback. Are you hearing me all right, Wayne?
Yeah, you sound great. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I feel very fortunate to be here. As a kid, I was learning Kung Fu through Johnny, in case anybody forgot that Johnny is an incredible martial artist. And thanks to Lisa, I've been able to teach at the Asian Evergreen Assisted Living Home, and currently also teach at Cleveland State University and Viva Dance Studio, all of which is online. So yeah, thank you guys for having me. I wanted to go over a little bit of a lesson, and I think it's a good one for the new year, because this style, Yang style Tai Chi, is often taught as a meditative movement, as well as a martial art for self-defense. But I like to focus on the meditative movement part. And I think that this little lesson that we're going to do today is pretty fun and something that we can do anywhere we go. So if everybody's ready, I'm going to do this mirror image. And this is the first thing I usually teach in every class. And so mirror image just meaning that this will be left. Wait a minute. This is different. Huh. No, never mind. Okay. I'll do it with my back to you. Sorry, usually it's flipped around when I have it faced this way. Okay, so I'll do this normal way. So just so you know, this is my left hand on the watch. I think I actually do have to do this backwards. Yes, this will be the right hand, this will be the left hand. So this first movement I usually do is just called hugging the tree. And hugging the tree is the feet are a little bit more than shoulder width apart, and then we bend our knees, and then this structure is going to be round as opposed to like an A-frame, with the knees over the feet, tailbone slightly tucked in, and then chest hollow, and the arms will be round. And usually when they say round, they mean 45 degrees. So this would be 90 degrees, and this is 45. And that's about as round as we can get as human beings. Shoulders are relaxed, and then the fingers have some spread in them. And then there's a little bit of roundness in this thumb. Elbows will be somewhat down.
I should mention why. I'm going to interrupt just for a second, so
Please.
that we have many viewers, dozens of viewers at home. If they want to participate, that's what this is intended to do. So you've been sitting now for a good 40 minutes. So get up and stretch, and follow Y as he instruct us on how to do this. Go ahead, Y. Sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you, Wayne. Yeah, that's a good reminder. And I need this too because my back is a little bit tight. So the big thing about this is we're trying to create this structure where the legs are round, the spine is straight, the top of the head is pulled up, and the tailbone is pulled down. And we can really apply this to most of the things that we do, whether we're walking around, cooking eggs, eating broccoli, whatever it might be. And the breathing portion is very important. As I had said earlier, it's a meditative movement. So as we breathe in, the thought in the background it's one of acceptance. So as we breathe in, we visualize that energy is being pulled to the ground. So I think of this as accept. And then as we breathe out, we push it back down, and we think of that as redirecting. So a breath in is accepting, and breathing out is redirecting. And as we breathe, we want to put this into our belly. So the belly, so it's a diaphragmatic breathing rather than a thoracic breathing. So it's not so much breathing through up here in our chest, but down in our stomach. Tongue is at the roof of the mouth. And we'll experience some challenge in the legs. So if you start to sweat a little bit, that's perfectly normal. And we want this stance to be, we want to shoot for so that the thighs are about 45 degrees while the knees are maintained over the feet and the toes are straight forward. Does that make sense for everybody? Wayne?
Sounds good.
Sound good?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, sounds good.
This is a very basic structure where there's no movement involved yet, but all of our movements will resemble this at some point. So I'm going to stop for a second. And what I mean is, no matter what movement we will do in Tai Chi, we'll still have that straight spine. We'll still have the knees over the feet. We'll still have that diaphragmatic breathing. The fingers will still be spread apart. And most importantly, that breathing is still that accepting and redirecting. So if we take this into this new year in all that we do, I think at least we'll be starting in a good place, yeah? Do you have any questions with regards to this movement or anything that has to do with Tai Chi?
If people have any questions, they can type it into the comments, and we can relay that to Y. I don't know if Y can, if you probably can't see the monitor from where you're at, but we will pass that along, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like you said. I have that sun glaring into my face, so it's actually hard to see whether I could be seen very well.
Yeah.
And I believe that most of these lessons here will be able to be applied to any form of Tai Chi. If you're interested in doing another move, I could do something else. There's also an opening.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you go ahead and demonstrate another one?
Sure. So we'll do this opening, and don't worry if anybody finds this to be too difficult. I always say that the two most important things when we learn Tai Chi Chuan is, one, we want to keep it safe, and two, make it fun. So being rough on yourself is not going to make it very fun, and just make sure that you feel comfortable doing what you're doing. You know, even if it's not very deep or it's not very wide, all good. So this is the opening and closing movement, and like I said, this is mirror image. So this is right, and this is left. So I'm going to move my left foot to this side. Okay. So I'm going to inhale. So this is accept, and put all my weight on this right leg. I'm going to step out with my left foot. I'm going to transfer weight onto my left. So I'm still standing and I have this A-frame. I'm going to inhale or accept. The hands come up, and then the elbows and knees are going to bend at the same time. And then the heel of the palm will be about 3 inches below the belly button. Hands are coming, rolling back, and then they're going to roll forward. This is breathe in or accept, and this is redirect. This is accept. This is redirect. I'll do one more. This is accept. And then on this one, I'm going to redirect. I'm going to accept as I breathe in, as I shift my weight to my right, pick up my left foot, and I put the left foot down. Something that I like to think of as that may not seem very Tai Chi-like, but is to me very Tai Chi-like, is eating fruit, especially oranges. So when we do this Tai Chi, you'll notice that Tai Chi is known for being very slow. And when we eat fruit, especially like oranges, I think we derive a lot of enjoyment eating these fruits, being very mindful and doing it deliberately slowly, instead of just throwing it down our throats, swallowing it, and then just continue to consume. Deliberately slowing these things down and these movements allows us both to enjoy it more and to understand it in a deeper manner where we might overlook it in a fast way. So this is a quality of Tai Chi that I really enjoy and really helps me with everything else in my life, especially in these times where I know we spend a lot of time in front of the screen, perhaps separated and feeling somewhat isolated. This being present and not being so anxious about the future or being so regretful of the past, but being here is a lesson that I take from Tai Chi. And I hope that these couple of movements will help you guys into this new year.
Thanks a lot, Y. We really appreciate that. I hope people that are not familiar were able to get just a glimpse of Tai Chi and become interested and pursue it down the road. As you mentioned, as Y mentioned, he does lessons at the Asian Evergreen Housing Apartments, which is in the heart of Asiatown. and that's mostly residents with of senior years. So for you to go there and just lead these revered elderly in getting some exercise and practicing their Tai Chi is just a great service to them, and I'm sure they very much appreciate that additional bit of activity, so that they have that stretch on occasion. So thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you did talk about kind of philosophically about Tai Chi and what it means to you, but as it relates to Lunar New Year, is there anything that you might want to share with our guests in terms of how you celebrated, how you celebrate normally, and then perhaps how you may have adjusted your celebration this year?
Normally, like so many others, I go to Asian Town Center, so I feel very grateful that it is able to be consumed, remotely right now. I remember seeing you guys the last few years and really had a great time. So usually during Lunar New Year, I'll go to the local Chinatown, wherever I might be, and I do enjoy those fireworks and take my daughter, and she likes them too. I know that the loud noises are a little bit frightening for her sometimes, but I guess that's mostly what we do, and then giving kids the hongbao.
Yeah, yeah, yep. So thanks a lot, Wai. I think we're going to, unless there's anything else you wanted to say to our audience.
Just wishing everybody 恭喜发财.
All right.
And thank you.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you,
Wai. It's
Wai.
great
Bye,
having
take
you.
care. Be safe.
Thank you so much for all that you do for the community. Thank you for
Oh.
teaching the residents and seniors in Asia Town. Thank you for this. You're great help. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Happy New Year.
Good job, Wai.
Happy
Thank
New
you.
Year. Take care.
Happy New Year.
All right, and if you didn't see the comments, Wai, we got a lot of comments rolling in about thanking you and how great the exposure to Tai Chi is. Next up, Johnny, are we? I think we're doing pretty good on time.
We're right on time right now. Yeah, we're right on time right now.
So why don't we go ahead and move into our next segment? She's going to introduce herself, but I'll just say that you're in for a treat. We have a couple of musical performances, and these performers have been part of whether it's the Cleveland Asian Festival or Lunar New Year celebrations that OCA has organized and hosted in the past, or moon festivals, whatever the occasion might be. Our next performer, Janice Liu, has been a great part of it, and here she is to introduce her instrument and tell you a little bit about her performance.
This is Janice Liu. Hope you're doing well. This year is a special year, but I'm glad that we can still celebrate the Lunar New Year's together. This year, I'm still going to play the instrument called the erhu. If you haven't heard me playing before yet, then I would like to introduce you a little bit about this instrument. This is called erhu. It's spelled E-R-H-U. Means two, so it actually has two strings. You have to see it very close in order to see it. And then the instrument, it works kind of like a violin, but I actually put this like on my lap, and then in order to play it, there's a ball that goes in between. There's a ball that goes in between the two strings. These two are the tuners, so you actually use this to tune it. And then the bottom part of it, this is actually the sound box, and it's actually covered with python skin. Kind of interesting. All right, and then the sound comes out from this side of the instrument. So I am going to play 3 songs with Rosa. She's actually playing at her place, and we're going to collaborate virtually. So hopefully you all enjoys our performance, and then hope you have a happy new year and a very healthy year, the year of Ox. Thank you. Bye.
So I had to find my unmute button. So like I said, let's give Janice a virtual applause. Thank you. That was wonderful. Janice has other performances along with Rosa later in our segments. And so you have some time to look forward to that. Once again, for those that may have joined us a little bit late, welcome to the OCA Greater Cleveland New Year celebration as we celebrate the Year of the Ox. We have a great event planned. This isn't how we typically celebrate. In the past, we've had live events in Asiatown, our wonderful growing community. For those that may not be familiar, do visit Asiatown even during these days. The businesses and restaurants are still open. Most of them are available for carryout. They also have dine-in as well, and the markets are still there. So as we all cook at home more, you can go shopping at the markets to get some great Asian ingredients and sauces and spices for that next fantastic meal. Johnny, are we doing okay on time? Should we move on?
Yes, we actually a little bit behind now for a minute, but we maybe get going to the next performance.
Okay, all right. In that case, why don't we go ahead and I'll cue them up. Up next is the Ling Yun Rising Star performance. I think.
Yes, this is gonna be cute.
Yeah, we have a lot to look forward to. What a great job. Wow. Let's give them another virtual round of applause. That was very cute. Those are going to, they're already stars, and they're going to be even bigger future stars. We look forward to perhaps having them perform at future events as they grow. So that's great. That was amazing. Hey, we talked a little bit about some of the traditions related to Lunar New Year, and as you could tell from our previous performers, they were wearing red. That's a big part of the tradition. The other big part of it is eating with family, and everything is very symbolic. So maybe I'll just spend a little bit of time talking about that. Typically, with the Lunar New Year meals, not only is it very bountiful, so that the family can enjoy the best of the year, but many of the dishes that are served are also very representative and symbolic. So, for example, often you'll see noodles being eaten as part of this meal because noodles are long, so they represent longevity of life, and so that's part of it. Often, especially in Western culture, when you see a traditional Asian meal or Chinese New Year meal or Lunar New Year meal, some guests may be surprised by the whole chickens that are served or whole fish that is served, but that is very traditional and very purposeful because you want to, it represents the entire bountiful feast. And so you want to have the entire chicken or fish as part of that dish. Oranges are also served because of the color, which represents gold. And again, there's lots of sweets, and candy is an important part of the traditions as well. Every time we visit family members or friends as part of Lunar New Year, they're always going to offer like a little tray of candy as a greeting. Again, that's a big part of the custom to enjoy that sweetness as we enjoy each other's company. So with that, I think we're ready to move on.
We're still a little bit early for the next performance. I got a couple, maybe about another 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, maybe I can talk a little bit more about how.
How do you celebrate, Wayne and Lisa? How do you guys celebrate Lunar New Year besides eating?
Well, that's actually a big part of it. So I will talk a little bit about that. I'll mention how we have typically celebrated. I mentioned when we started that Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year is my favorite holiday of the year, primarily because of the memories of family. Growing up, obviously, that was a big part of our celebration. Getting together, even as we grew older and had our own families, we still gathered with our family and with our siblings' families so that we can still enjoy that time together. So that's a huge part of it. But it's also the comfort foods, our favorite foods that are part of that Lunar New Year meal. Some of my mom and dad's best meals that I have memories of, and I look forward to every year. My kids kind of roll their eyes as we sit down for our Lunar New Year meals every year because I tell them the same thing. I say, kids, this is my favorite meal of the year, and here's why. Because I love this dish and I love this dish, and you know they know it's a dad thing, so they tolerate it. But it's also a big part of passing on that tradition so that they understand why we celebrate and why we enjoy it. Now, as to this year, like so many other things, we have to adapt, and we adapt with even our family traditions. And we still celebrate it, but we celebrate it remotely by basically having all of the food at my mom's house prepared. She prepared some of the meals, and then we also got some food from some of our area favorite restaurants. And then my brother and I went over there, and we even amongst our family, right? I mean, we want to keep each other safe, so we kept our masks on to keep my mom safe and keep our respective families safe. And so with our masks on, we divvied up the food at my mom's house, and then we brought the food back to to our own homes so that we can enjoy the meal. And it's a way of still celebrating with family, but like so many different things, we do it differently. One of the comments that scrolled by was about how everyone enjoyed the performances, even despite the snow. But that's actually, if you think about it, I like to look for findings, the good things, and I think we're able to perhaps reach a audience today with some of these performances that we typically might not have been able to, because if you can't tell from my background, there's a lot of white stuff out there. It's pretty cold. And if we had a live event in different times, perhaps people wouldn't make it out. But now everyone can enjoy from the comfort of your own home. You can reach into the refrigerator, grab a drink before our next performance comes up, and grab a snack as well. Make sure that it's a Lunar New Year lucky snack. By the way, oranges would do great.
It's very nice the way that you guys are still celebrating really the Lunar New Year with tradition and everything and following. And I always remember when I was a kid, we would the night before the New Year's Eve, my dad will sneakily put two big round nice apple next to our bed, next to our pillow. So when we wake up in the morning, we will smell the aroma of the apple and feel very refreshed. And then we also make sure the day off, we actually dress all clean our clothing from underwear all the way to clothes, new clothes. And then we go in front of my mom and dad, bow to them 3 times to wish them a Happy New Year. So we get a little red envelope like this one here, you see, home bow. And then after that, we pay respect also to our elder, our ancestors, our grandfathers, grandparents, and so on. So as a kid, when I was living in Taiwan, this is my fondest memory. I would go all over the place and collect as many of this hongbao as I can get. So each one of this hongbao may have about $10 to $50 in there. So guess what I do with that? I take it out and go to one of the store and buy a whole bunch of firecrackers, so I can spend the whole money on firecrackers. Now I realize that I should have not done that. I should have saved the money so I can use it to buy anything I want in the future. Maybe a camera, right? But then we get the idea.
Just another camera, right? Actually, we introduced Johnny in a variety of different ways, but for those few people that may not know, Johnny is also, not only is he our Vice President of Communications, he's a very talented movie director as well. So
Thank you.
And I have had the fortune of working with him also on some films that Johnny has produced. So we all wear multiple hats. Not only are we active in the Asian community, we're also, all 3 of us are active in the filmmaking, independent filmmaking community as well. But primarily, Johnny has kind of led the way for a lot of folks, I think, in terms of his talents with filmmaking. So when he talks about camera, that's what the comment is about, because it seems like every month every week he's showing off a new toy as he buys the latest and greatest camera.
Once in a while, not all the time. But if you hear my cat meowing in the background, he likes attention. Every time I'm on any live virtual thing, he had to make his attention because he want to make sure that we see him too, or hear him at least. So maybe
I was going to say
Lunar New Year. So who knows, right?
Yeah, I was going to say I would not be surprised if John the cat jumps on top of your desk and walks across your keyboard, because I've seen that before as well. So
yeah.
So that's great. We'll celebrate together, including John.
So we have a question here. Who wants to take that?
So in this holiday celebrated throughout what we think in Asia, including Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, etc.
It's celebrated in many Asian countries, but I wouldn't say all Asian countries. I don't believe it's celebrated. I believe Japan uses the I'll say the Western calendar as opposed to the lunar calendar. Anyone that knows better is free to comment. So it really depends on the country, and of course, customs is one thing, right? But the countries regulate what I think most people are going to use in terms of doing business. So, for example, with Chinese and now Chinese American customs, my mom would always still consider our Lunar New Year birthdays as being the days to celebrate, especially for her own birthday. She's like, sometimes we'll say, "Hey, it's your birthday," and she's like, "That's the American calendar." She doesn't really, she considers the lunar calendar birthday her the actual day to celebrate. And so I think it really kind of depends, a combination of the country, but also the practices of the particular family as well, and what the people in that family grow up with and are accustomed to.
Yeah, we should probably get going. We have another show coming up now, and we're now at 2 minutes behind.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a little give and take, but hopefully people are engaged and enjoying themselves, and maybe learning a little bit. And if they want to share their comments, they can as well. So yes, Ta, president of OCA Columbus, confirmed that Japan celebrates with the Gregorian calendar, which is more of the Western calendar. So up next is the Stellar A Dance Academy. They are going to perform the Joys of Harvest, and it is a Korean dance. So we're glad to have them here. And without further ado, here's their performance. All right, that was fantastic. Thank you very much to that great performance from Stellar A Dance Academy. That was a traditional Korean dance. So up next, we have a guest, Jenny Oh, from the Korean school. She is from the Korean school. She is the principal. And without further ado, here's Jenny.
Hello, Miss Lisa. 안녕하세요. My name is Jenny Oh. Miss Lisa asked me to say Happy New Year in Korean. we said 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. Let me explain. As I said, 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 means New Year. 복 means luck, good luck, or fortunes. 많이 means many or a lot. 받으세요 means receive. So the meaning will be please receive many good lucks in New Year. Thank you. 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
All right, thank you very much, Jenny, for providing that introduction, and then also teaching us a little bit about how to say a Happy New Year. Up next is a dance from this is a Karen dance, and this is I think that's ready to go, right, Jenny?
Hello, everyone. Here's from here, Shipment with Kenny. Thank you. That's my great one. We feel very, very happy. Lunar New Year 2021.
All right, that was Keeping It with Kenny. Hopefully that made it through. On my end, I was having a little bit of audio issues, but hopefully you were able to see that special segment. Once again, we've gotten a lot of support from Kicking It with Kenny and his station throughout the year. Whenever we have events such as the Cleveland Asian Festival or a Lunar New Year, he'll typically provide an opportunity for us to showcase our events and performers, and in some cases, delicious foods as part of their event. Up next, let's go ahead and welcome Sha Win. He is from the Akron Karen Culture Dance Academy. So, Sha, thank you very much for joining us today and sharing a little bit of your culture and your custom. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Karen dance and how did you get involved with it, and what age did you start?
And so I started to dance when I moved to America about 5 years ago. Back here in Thailand, I never attempt to learn my culture dance because I didn't have much time. I started to dance here in America. So, it's very important for me to preserve my
Thank you for that. We had some comments. You may not have been able to see them, but people were just thanking you for sharing that performance and also being exposed to Korean customs and Korean culture. Is there how large is the dance group that you're involved in? I know that you perform throughout the area, but are there others with your group that you guys perform with?
Can you please clarify the question again?
Yeah, I was just wondering if how large of a group do you typically have during your performances?
Typically, we have about 10 to 15 dancers. It's like a, it's like a occasion event, like a special event. We tend to perform with a large group of dancers. So it's like for example, like Korean Year, we used to have like a elderly dancer. We used to have like a younger teenager dancer. We used to like the who dance. And yeah, about like a 10 to 15 dancers. And,
Fantastic.
many
So
other girls.
okay, for I think we're having a little bit of audio issues. So I was able to pick up some of that, but for our guests that perhaps couldn't hear the answer was typically about 10 to 15. And so we certainly, I think because of the audio issues, I just want to thank you for joining us and being able to share your culture and customs. And we look forward to seeing more of you when we're able to get back together and celebrate in person as a community. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We will see him later on. He has another performance for us.
Great, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, of course, technology is fantastic. It allows us to get together virtually as we adapt to a different lifestyle. But once in a while, there are glitches, and we're going to roll with them. So with that, why don't we go ahead and move on to our next segment, which is a additional performance from the Kwan Family Lion Dance. And again, I recognize that some people are joining us and perhaps missed the earlier segment. This is not a repeat. A couple weeks ago, or last week, the Kwan went throughout Asia Town, and they performed at different locations as part of this OCA event. And so the next one is actually at the Asian Evergreen Apartments. And I did mention that earlier. It is a series of apartments that primarily services some of our revered senior citizens in the Asian community. And so it's great not just to have people like Y Chan visiting them to Tai Chi, but we also had the Kwan Lion visit them to make sure that on this most important of holidays that they did not miss out on the lion dance. So without further ado, here's the Kwan Family Lion Dance. And so you may not be able to see, but you'll in the windows are all the residents, all the elderly residents, the senior residents in the community, as they wave hello to the lion.
We want to make sure we social distance with the seniors, so we told them to just peek out their windows, and we'll perform right there on the sidewalk in the drive for them. And they were very happy to see the lion, even though we told them they did not have to come out. They wanted to feed the lion, so it was a baby lion as well.
It's such an important part of the tradition and the customs, especially. I was going to say especially, but it's really important for everyone. But I think for the seniors that really have enjoyed their entire life with these customs, when you see a lion, you have to feed it a whole bow as a token of good luck. So I can totally see perhaps one of the grandmas running out and trying to sneak a red envelope in there at some point. I don't know if that actually happened or not, but I can totally see that. But the lions are able to still greet the residents through their windows. Yep, there goes the red envelope. Come here, so I can feed you this red envelope.
It's considered very lucky to feed lion during Lunar New Year, so
There you go.
that's the seniors have to do that. So if you want to feed the lion virtually, you can use the Cash App that we have on the scrolling thing on the bottom of your screen. Cash App Quan Lion Dance Team. It was very cold that day. Doesn't look like it, but
Well, luckily for the performers under that lion costume, they're able to stay active and hopefully stay a little bit warmer. Since we have a few minutes, I should most definitely do a shout out to Nick Walbach, to Johnny, who's the OCA Vice President of Communications. Nick has been working very closely with Johnny to make sure that not only do we have these videos of amazing quality, but everything is running smoothly in the background. So thanks a lot, Nick.
Thank you.
it was also pretty cool that we were stopping traffic on the street there. They would just pull over to watch lion dance at Asian Evergreen.
Yeah, it's one of those sayings when you see something, you say, well, you don't see that every day. And that's absolutely true. You don't see a lion walking down the streets of Asiatown every day. In the past, we have actually taken the dragon dance and paraded around the streets, and we'll always get lots of honking and a lot of hollering from the cars as they drive by, happy to see us. And by the way, if you're not familiar with what I just said, we just had a lion dance performance, and I just mentioned a dragon dance. If you don't know what that is and why there's a difference, we'll talk more about that later. But that's later. Up next, we have a guest, Shin Yuan. She's
not here. She's not in the backstage with us right now.
She'll be on
okay.
later. She'll be on later with Paris.
Okay. Well, in that case, maybe I'll talk a little bit about what I was going to say. I thought perhaps she was ready to go, so I reserved my comment. But since we have a little bit of time, as I enjoy the sunlight behind me, by the way, I got some comments about the sunlight that's behind my window. Yes, it is very warming, and it's lifting my spirits on this great day. But we just saw the lion dance, but there's two different types of performances. There's multiple, but the two very renowned, very well-known types of performances as part of auspicious occasions, primarily like birthdays and restaurants opening, and in particular, New Year's, is the lion dance and the dragon dance. And often people will get them confused, and they'll call one and the other one the other. And so the easiest way to think about it is, what does a lion look like? A lion, the animal, not what we just saw, but the animal has 4 legs, right? So what we just saw is a performance with a costume with 2 people with 4 legs. So that's the lion dance. The dragon dance, which we'll see a little bit later, is a much longer animal. We've all kinds of dragons. The Asian dragon is particularly long, and it has multiple performers. And the OCA dragon dance actually requires 9 performers within just the dragon itself. And then there's other performers that accompany the dragon. So when you see the two different performances, those are the differences in the animal type and what they look like. The symbolism, however, is very similar. Right? They bring good luck, they bring good fortune, and lots of noises, lots of drumming. And we can talk a little bit more about the dragon dance later when the time comes.
So here's a question.
Lisa,
What's
do
your
you have
favorite-
a story to tell too?
I'll share later. Right now, I see a question here about our favorite New Year dishes. Wayne's answers everything. I love the noodles. I love the seafood. Anything my mom makes.
And for me, I like fried rice.
Yeah. So Lisa's answer for me is accurate. It is everything because I enjoy the dish. So everyone knows that I like to take pictures of the food. So I actually get everything that's on the table, put it on my dish, and I take a picture of it because that's my memory of my New Year dish for that particular year, and it includes all of my favorite foods. But if I had to pick one dish that my mom makes in particular is this mushroom and oysters dish. The oysters aren't the fresh oysters; they're dried oysters that are then rehydrated. But it's kind of like stewed, and it just has this fantastic flavor. And it's the one that really stands out to me. And it's not something that I have every day. But once a year, I can count on Mom's mushroom and oyster dish, which is fantastic. Thanks for the question. And again, if you have more questions, we invite them. Even comments, we welcome those as well. Yes, Dorian says, my answer is yes, as in terms of my favorite food. So Dorian knows me well. We've gone on many a eating adventure throughout Asia Town, and he's seen me eat before. So
I think it's time to the next program.
All right. In that case, why don't we go ahead? We just visited part of Asia Town, and up next we have a performance from some residents of Asia Town. They are going to perform a Chinese square dance, and the performance or the dance itself is called "The Girl of the Mountain Gu Gao." Without further ado, Asia Town residents. All right, let's give them a round of applause. That is a great square dance from the some of our Asia Town residents. Throughout China, throughout Asia, it's very common when you go to public places to just see a lot of people within town squares or really city squares. And when I say a lot of people, I mean a lot of people that are in sync doing these types of dances because everyone just wants to get out and exercise and move. And I think these types of dances are not just entertaining for us to watch, but it's also very helpful for the practice. So we're glad to have them perform as part of our event. I think, Johnny, are we ready to move on to the next segment?
Yeah, I think Joyce is right in standby.
Okay, great. In that case, why don't we go ahead and bring her on, and I can do a quick introduction. So joining us now is Joyce Huang. Joyce is Lisa and I work very closely with Joyce throughout the community for a variety of different things, too numerous to name. But I'll just mention that she is on the executive committee for the Cleveland Asian Festival. That's where I think we collaborate a lot. But in addition to that, Joyce, you're part of Midtown Cleveland. And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself as it relates to Midtown? But then more importantly, we want to hear about how you celebrate Lunar New Year.
Great questions, Wayne. Hi, everyone. Are you hearing any feedback from me?
No, you sound great.
Okay, great. My name is Joyce Huang. I am the Vice President of Community Development at Midtown Cleveland. And Midtown is a nonprofit community and economic development organization. We serve the areas along Euclid, Chester, Carnegie, and Payne. And over the past 2 years, we started to really serve the Asia Town community much more, forming a team to really focus on the place itself. So a lot of what we do is around neighborhood planning, community engagement, and community development, and then also public arts and place building. So, bringing the identities of the place out into the open, into the public space. So I think you'll hear from Karis and Shinyan later. They're part of our Asia Town team, and they've been just so invested in bringing the community together, especially during these times. So that's a little bit about what I do. I think for me personally, I'm very invested in Asia Town. I love the neighborhood. My family and I actually live here right now. We've lived here for the past 3 years, and it's just been wonderful to be able to, even despite COVID, walk around the neighborhood as a part of our daily walks and just see what's going on. And so as an urban planner, I think it's really important for us to all, be very familiar with the neighborhoods that we serve and are part of. This year we celebrated a little bit differently. Typically we go out with friends and do the 10, 11 course banquets at one of the Chinese restaurants like Siam Cafe or Liwa. But, and we usually typically make dumplings with friends. So we'll have people over in our home to make dumplings. And since we had to celebrate more distant this year, we created dumplings. We made hongbao for our friends and their kids, and we went around to deliver them. And it turns out that other people had the same idea. So when we would show up, other people would exchange like mochi cake, or one of our friends who's from Malaysia had these like delicious Malaysian cookies dropped off for us. So it was just nice to celebrate as much as we can in community this year. I know it's very different. So.
Well, that's fantastic. It also sounds quite delicious. So, yeah, that's a great way of sharing and still being able to celebrate the. But that does remind me, and I'll just interject a short, brief little story. So a couple of years ago, as I mentioned, I'm part of the Dragon Dance team. So the Dragon Dance team, your story of the dumplings reminded me. We decided to have a dumpling making contest. So that was quite entertaining, quite fun, and quite delicious. As this was a couple years ago, obviously, when we were still able to get together. And I'm trying to remember. I believe, I know that Maya Tang and Dorian Scott were number 1 and number 2, but I'm failing to remember who actually won the bragging rights of Best Dragon Dance Dumpling.
I mean, it makes so total sense that they would be first and second. I'm curious about who got to be the judges.
I think I ended up being one of the judges, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because I love food. I don't know. But there were a couple other people. My recollection is everyone got like one token to pick which one was their favorite. But myself and 2 other people were called super judges, so we had like 2 tokens or something. We came up with some scheme, and I have no idea. I don't remember. I was too busy eating than anything else. So that's great that you're able to enjoy and still celebrate. I know that you have a young daughter. How's she? Is she old enough that she kind of appreciates the difference now with the Lunar New Year, and kind of it's not quite the same as like walking into a packed full Asia Plaza like last year, right? But
right.
She.
Yeah, so she's close to 2 years old, and we've tried to really explain the traditions to her. And actually, last week we watched the lion dance, and it can be very overwhelming with the big sounds and the big lion. But we prepped her by watching a lot of videos on YouTube. But now she talks about the lion. She talks about the gun, spitting out crackers.
Right.
And talks about the firecrackers, because that was very loud and memorable. And then she talks about turnip cakes. So things are starting to really stick, which is really nice, because I think that's one of our hopes, that we would pass on appreciation. I know that growing up, I didn't necessarily appreciate all the things my parents tried to share with me about my culture, and now that we're adults, we're trying to do the same and hope that she'll absorb it. So, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And regardless of how many times I've seen the Quan lion, which is many. In some cases, I remember one year I probably saw them like 8 times within a couple of weeks of each other as they performed throughout the neighborhood. But each one of them is just that much more enjoyable and that much more exciting, because they do such a great job.
So we had to move forward to the next performance.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Joyce, and we'll talk to you later. All right. Next up is I think next up is actually Juan Powell. You mentioned performance, so I want to make sure that I didn't have that mistaken. But I believe Juan is up next, and she's going to share a little bit about her customs and family traditions. Without further ado, here's Juan, who also is another person that's worked very hard in the community, and another fellow Cleveland Asian Festival Executive Committee member.
My name is Juan Loy Powell, and today I would like to share with you a couple of traditions around the Lunar New Year in the Vietnamese culture. Tết, which is what the Lunar New Year is called in Vietnam, it's the biggest holiday. It's like Thanksgiving and New Year rolled into one. It may last 2 to 4 weeks. It's a time when people usually visit their ancestral home to pay respect to their parents, their aunts and uncles, visit their families, and also to visit their teachers. Families would often come together, cook, share a meal, clean the house, to sweep away any misfortune of the previous year, and fill their home with bright symbols for the prosperous new year. It's a very colorful and joyful time of year. And so the decorations in the home reflect that sentiment. You often see flowering branches of apricot or peach trees decorated with red and gold, like this one. Apricot flowers are yellow, and peach blossoms are pinkish and reddish in color. A tree in bloom signifies the new growth, and it is, ushering the new year. It signifies life and good health and good fortune. And so the color red is considered to be the color of joy, and it also has the power to scare away evil spirits or bad fortune. And gold, it's another of our favorite color as it symbolizes good fortune and prosperity. So we decorate these branches with red leafy envelopes like you can see here. Here's the year of the ox on there, and red lanterns, and just the colors of red and gold combined to really bring out the festiveness of the new year. Needless to say, food has to be the focal point of any New Year celebration. So we usually have a lot of food pre-made, ready to go, so that when family and friends come and visit, we can just sit down and enjoy time with them and serve them with the food we already made. One of the popular things we have is candy or dried fruit. It's served during the holiday, served like this. Usually you have mangoes and kumquats and dates and figs all ready to go. One interesting fruit that is a favorite in our family is dried persimmons. Persimmons, usually sold in the store. Most people are familiar with the fresh persimmon that looks like this. This one is a crunchy version of persimmon. There's another kind that's more elongated that has to be kind of mushy before you can eat it, or else it gets very chalky. So this fruit, to dry this fruit, it's a long involved process. It's a delicacy. They peel that, this, and then string a rope around it and hang it out to dry for about 30 days before it's ready. So after 30 days of hanging out and drying, you get something that looks like this. This is what you see in the store that you can buy. And most people look at this and they're not familiar with what it is. And you wonder what it is. So it's a flattened disc. It's kind of firm in texture. It has a white coating outside that looks like chalk or mold. It is not mold. It's actually crystallized sugar that is formed during the drying process. So we get this home, and what do we do with it? What we do is we put it in a container, a bowl of some kind, and we make a pot of hot tea or hot water, but we like tea because it kind of infuses a little bit more intensity into the fruit after it's been rehydrated. Some people can add some rum or bourbon to it if you want a little bit more flavor. And so we put it in a bowl like this, and we pour hot tea into it and let it soak for about 10 to 15 minutes covered, after which time you get something that looks like this. This is a softened, the texture is very chewy. And it's almost caramelized in terms of its texture. So you cut that, and it's often served with a cup of tea as an appetizer and as an afternoon snack. It's delicious. I encourage you to try it, dried persimmons, for the holidays. Enjoy.
Awesome. So thanks, Juan, for sharing some of your customs and family traditions. Up next, we have a special guest. Lynn Ta is the OCA Columbus president. She, Lisa, and myself work together within the national organization. Is Lynn up
I
here?
think she's having some experiencing some issues in connecting with us right now.
Okay. Well, either I could share some more about Lunar New Year traditions, or we could move on to the next segment, and then perhaps have Lynn follow up after that.
Yeah, let's move forward to the next segment.
Okay, great. In that case, our next performance or set of performances is from Motivations. And if you're not familiar, Motivations has been around the Northeast Ohio community now for a couple of decades. It is focused primarily with younger professionals, but the term younger is all relative, as many of the members of Motivations gets older with time. But it had its roots as a young professional organization. But I think it's the organization has matured as the membership has matured. Let's put it that way. But nevertheless, they provide a great networking resource, and they're here to share a New Year medley. So here's motivations.
財神到，財神到，好心得好報。財神話，財神話，揾錢易漸路。財神到，財神到，好走快兩步，得到去睇戲你有前途。合府慶新歲，喜氣盈盈，齊賀你多福蔭，壯健強勁。又祝你今年慶獲榮升，朝晚多多歡笑，感受前程。願夫婦恩愛，體貼入微，成日有家先照，百事無忌。共親友相見，説話投機，充滿新春喜氣，歡暢有味。財神到，財神到，好心得好報。財神話，財神話，揾錢易漸路。財神到，財神到，好走快兩步，得到去睇戲你有前途。啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦，財神到，財神到，好走快兩步，得到去睇戲你有前途。人人说恭喜，心中充满欢喜。大街上不是彩旗，炮竹声声响起。春季里见面说恭喜，祝万事都顺意。拜个年，招来好知己，把新年歌唱起。春风呼响到我心头，春意降临到家门口，让我们大家欢欢喜喜迎接新年来临。恭祝你新的一年生活充满欢喜，一生中希望在今天会变得更甜蜜。快樂的新年，美麗的一年，事事都如意。
恭喜發財，恭祝大家身體健康，新春大吉，財源廣進，牛年行大運啊！
祝大家在牛年里扭轉乾坤，阖家歡樂，萬事如意，財源廣進，工作順利，愛情甜蜜，身體健康。
Happy Chinese New Year！祝願金牛報喜，牛運當頭，牛氣沖天，扭轉乾坤，牛年大吉。
祝大家牛年行大運，阖家團圓，家肥安圓，飯飯都掂，撈媽都掂，日日開心，事事順心，旺到飛起。
春風為你吹開滿散花，秋雨伴你共紅萬里飛，讓夏夜燦爛，心中美夢，冬天變相不知。祝福你，在每一天裏，永遠多才多姿。三海中，最滿百般好，長存百般美。祝福你，在你一生裏，永遠充滿歡喜。好開心，共你好知己，時時笑開眉。春風為你吹開滿散花，秋雨伴你晴空萬里飛，讓夏夜燦爛，心中美夢，冬天變相不知。祝福你，隨地動煙雨，雙手中抱高喜，一生中遙永每一天，時時笑開眉。春真祝福你，永遠祝福你，歲歲都是你。春真祝福你，永遠祝福你，歲歲都是你。
All right, let's give them a virtual round of applause. That was great. Again, from Motivations for Cleveland. That's fantastic. I think Lynn Ta from OCA Columbus chapter is here now. Hey, Lynn, glad that you
Hi,
could join us
sorry,
today.
I was having internet issues logging on.
No problem. Well, we're glad that you made it and you had those issues resolved. First of all, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Or in Vietnamese, my background is Chinese Vietnamese, so I would say chúc mừng năm mới. Năm mới phát tài means Happy New Year, and may it be a prosperous and fortunate, full of good luck.
Fantastic. As I mentioned earlier in the segment, many people only know of the local OCA Greater Cleveland chapter and the work that we do. But as I explained, we have chapters, dozens of chapters throughout the country, and we do have one in Columbus. And we're glad that we're able to work with you with a variety of different OCA activities and events. But we're here to talk about Lunar New Year, and thank you for dressing up for the occasion. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how your family celebrates Lunar New Year and what it means to you?
Well, Lunar New Year for my family, since we come from a Chinese Vietnamese background, it's almost the same as I was listening into what you were sharing, Wayne, about yours. I was like, it's about the food, but that's one of my favorite childhood memory. But for me, I actually wrote a blog for the Columbus Art Museum on my perception or what my version of Chinese New Year or Lunar New Year or Dut is. When I was growing up, what we do is, like, my mom have us days before, we'll have to get the house ready. I think you mentioned about cleaning and sweeping away all the bad luck and bringing in the good luck, so you start out fresh. And I don't know about you guys, but a lot of us get our hairs cut so that, and it's all auspicious and superstition that if you get your hair cut and get your hair done, not only you look well, but it's so that bad luck won't recognize you in the new year. Is some of the stuff that my mom passed down, like my grandpa passed down to us. And we would definitely always about the food. Like New Year's Eve is our biggest thing. It's the period of time we come together and have our big banquet. And of course, this year was a little different, but we did the same thing. We'll make food and passed it out to friends and family. And we did our little going out and passing out our laissez or ang bao. So we did that. Other things that we do in our family is we always offer or do prayer sessions to honor our ancestors. So it's always about remembering where we came from so that we know where to go in the future. So it's just that whole path of always being connected.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. You're right. A lot of I think the traditions are very common. Just to clarify for perhaps people that are familiar with the hair cutting, typically the hair cutting is done before the new year. And so I just want to clarify, especially for people, for example, my kids are like, hey, I thought you said. Yeah. So the tradition
during New Year's, it's always done before New Year's.
So the tradition is we cut our hair before the new year, and then part of it, again, it's very symbolic, but typically on New Year's Day in particular, you don't want sharp items. So you don't want to cut hair on New Year's Day because that requires scissors. So everything's very symbolic. So I just wanted to offer that a little bit of clarification. Of course, wearing the new clothes is a big part of that tradition. Greeting family is also as well. What is your favorite New Year dish or food?
My mom makes a lot. Like my mom is the chef. That's why even when I go, I'm like, oh, this is not like my mom's home cooking. But one of my favorite thing that all my siblings love is we do like the hot pot. So it's always about togetherness. So we're sharing everything. But it has so much. It's just warm soup, especially when it's cold like this. This year, our New Year Eve was really cold. So it's nice to just sit down together and you have all this spread of food and you just drink the soup, dip in whatever you want to eat. And that's like my favorite dish. But I love my mom's egg rolls, and we always make sure we eat noodles. That's a big thing. My grandmother always pushed, or my aunt was like, we have to always eat noodles, and you have try not to cut your noodles or bite it off. You want to eat it whole for longevity. So it's always like a little thing with my siblings, and I've done it with even my students that I teach, and my niece and nephews will see who can eat the noodles without chopping it off or cutting it. Just how long can you eat your noodles before it ends?
So little did he know when Walt Disney did that cartoon with the two dogs eating the spaghetti and they slurped it up and they met in the middle. There's actually huge Asian culture significance to that, because you don't want to bite the noodle. You want to eat it whole, keep it intact for the longevity. So, hey, I should have actually given him credit to say Disney was well informed of cultural differences, even way back then. So thank you, Lynn, for joining us. Happy New Year once again, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Lynn. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Chúc mừng năm mới.
All right. See ya. Up next, we have a special treat for you, especially for someone that may be interested in learning how to prepare some of these delicious dishes that we've been talking about. I'm just getting hungry right now listening to Lynn talk about hot pot and egg rolls. But up next, we have our friend from Ice or Rice, and he's here to share with us how to make spring rolls. So here's Andy Ng.
Hi friends, this is Andy with Ice or Rice. It's Chinese New Year's right now, so today I'm going to teach you how to make spring rolls, which has a special significance for this holiday. Here are all the ingredients that you'll need. Now we'll combine our wine, soy sauce, sugar, and sesame oil into our pork and mix thoroughly. And we'll take it to the stove. I'll also want to combine all the rest of our vegetables, minus the garlic. And mix that all together. First, we're going to cook our pork. The reason why we're cooking our pork ahead of time is because the spring rolls are only going to spend a couple minutes in the fryer. That's not going to be enough time for the meat to fully cook if it was going in there raw. So by cooking it ahead of time, we make sure that all our meat is completely cooked. And this is especially important for when we're dealing with pork or chicken. Once our pork is brown, we're going to remove it from the pan and then set it to the side. Now we're going to cook our vegetables. First goes in the garlic. And the reason why we're cooking our vegetables is for sort of similar reason, but also it's to help to extract some of the excess moisture, and this will help to keep our spring rolls nice and crispy. So the reason why spring rolls are so significant to Chinese New Year's is because the spring rolls are typically served during the Spring Festival. And that happens on the first day of the new year. And during the Spring Festival, we celebrate by eating things that are typically not available during the winter, which includes fresh vegetables. So, and that's where the word spring roll comes from, is because of all the spring vegetables that are used to make it. Now that our vegetables are about done, we're going to add back in the pork. And our cornstarch slurry, which is going to help to thicken up all the excess moisture that came out from the vegetables. Now that this is done, we're going to put it in a bowl, set it aside, and let it cool completely. Now that our filling has completely cooled, it's time to start wrapping. I have some spring roll wrappers that I've covered with a damp paper towel, and I also have some egg wash made from 1 egg and about a tablespoon of water. Now we'll take one of our spring roll wrappers and be sure to place back our moist towel over the rest of the wrappers and rotate into a diamond formation with one corner facing you. We're going to put our filling, about a heaping spoonful, onto the lower half of our spring roll. Then we'll take a corner closest to you, fold it upwards, roll it over a little bit, take the left corner and the right corner, fold it inwards, then gently fold it all the rest of the way up. And we don't want to make it too tight or else it's not going to be flaky. Then we'll take some of our egg wash, brush it up along the corner, and bring it back up the rest of the way. And we'll just do that a few more times here. In Chinese culture, lots of things have double meanings. And this also applies to spring rolls. One of the things that makes spring rolls such a popular item during Chinese New Year's is because they also look like little gold bars once they're fried up. Having wealth and fortune for the new year is something that everyone desires. Besides this, there are also many other foods that have other meanings. For instance, having whole chicken during dinner is very important. And when I'm saying whole, I also mean including the feet and the head. Because whole also means unity. And unity means having your family together, which is also very important in Chinese culture. Other foods include fish, because the word for fish in Chinese also sounds like the word for abundance. Another food that is very popular in Chinese culture are the dumplings, because dumplings also represent wealth. The shape of the dumpling looks like the small gold and silver ingots that used to be used in China in ancient times. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the egg rolls from Chinese American restaurants, and egg rolls and spring rolls share many similar qualities. However, egg rolls use a much thicker wrapper and also are mostly comprised of cabbage, pork, and celery. I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear that egg rolls actually don't really exist in China. In fact, the word egg rolls actually refer to a sort of pastry made from a crepe that's rolled into a tube, which ends up being very crunchy and sweet, so more of a dessert than anything else. And in restaurants, when people say egg rolls, they actually just use the same word for spring rolls. Spring rolls are always best when they're freshly made. So at this point, you could either put these into the refrigerator for up to 2 hours or freeze them and cook them whenever you're ready. Once you're ready to fry, heat up 1 inch of oil in a large pot over medium-high heat until you get it to about 375 degrees Fahrenheit, and then carefully place your spring rolls into the oil. Only place a few in there so you don't overcrowd the pot, because if the oil drops too suddenly, what you're going to end up with are soggy and oily spring rolls. And we're going to want to give them a flip after about a minute. And since the filling has already been pre-cooked, we don't have to worry about cooking the pork all the way through. We just need it to get it to a nice golden brown color. Once your spring rolls have become golden crispy, place them onto a wire rack to drain off the excess oil and for it to cool down. Here are crispy spring rolls filled with juicy pork and fresh vegetables, ready to share with your friends and family this Chinese New Year's or any time of the year. We hope you enjoyed our recipe, and please let us know if you have any questions or any ideas for further videos.
That was awesome. Thank you very much, Andy Ng from Ice or Rice. Andy always does a fantastic job. He does teach Asian cooking, and he does Asian food tours occasionally. And he also has by the way, his company name, Ice or Rice. He will vend at some of our area events, such as the Cleveland Asian Festival. And quite often there will be a very long line in front of his booth as people wait for his delicious food items. All right, excuse the beep in the background. Yeah, up next, we have Marin and Julian Rogers. Oh, there they are.
Hi.
Hey, Rogers family. Can you guys hear us okay? Okay. Yeah, I hear kind of a squeaking noise. I'm not sure what that's coming from. I don't know if that's just
Actually, it
us.
sounded like they fast forwarded, sped up.
Oh.
You guys sounded like sped up.
Well, let's go ahead and give this a try. So, why don't you tell us a little bit about how your family celebrates Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year? And amongst the four of you, who will be the volunteer to tell us about your experience? All right. Celebrate Lunar New Year.
We go to the China Center, whatever, and we give the lion bows, and we get candy.
Did you hear that?
We did. Thank you. And I'm glad that you mentioned the lion. Were you online when you saw the lion perform earlier?
No.
No. Okay. Well, stay tuned because later on during this program, we'll also have the dragon dance performing as well. So you'll be able to enjoy that. So I'm glad that you guys are.
Wait, I think Harrison also want to talk about how they do it in school.
Okay. Yeah. So how do you guys celebrate in school, Harrison?
In school, we do a bunch of activities like chopsticks and making dumplings out of Play-Doh and a bunch of other activities, and I made this.
So what did you use that for recently?
We made a talent show video for our school, and we uploaded it and for Chinese New Year.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that.
Obviously,
really cool. It's really important for us to pass down these traditions and these customs and make sure that the next generation gets to enjoy these great memories that we enjoy. So, how about the adult Marin? Is there anything that you guys want to share in terms of whether it's a New Year experience or perhaps a favorite food?
Yeah, every time I think of Chinese New Year, I think of good food and time with family and the excitement of watching the lion and the dragon dance. Ever since I was little, that's one of the memories I've had with my family. And it's just really great to continue to share that now with the family I have. My favorite Chinese food all year round, not just for Chinese New Year, is fatty pork with rice. And I've tried to make it a couple times. I think it's pretty good. It's better when we get it from the restaurant. But my family will eat it.
All right, so that's where Julian steps up and says, "No, yours is much better than the restaurant, right?"
I think it's delicious. Yeah, she does a good job of making it.
Yeah, we know the script, right?
The red
Well, thank
envelopes
you.
too are always a hit. I remember the excitement of getting a hong bao when I was little, and so of course all the children look forward to that also.
Yeah. How about the your kids? Do they have plans for home bao this year yet? What are you guys gonna buy?
That was a little laggy. We didn't hear you.
Well, I was just asking if the kids have plans for their home bao yet. Earlier, we heard that Johnny spent all of his home bao money buying firecrackers. What do you guys know? What you want to spend your home baos on?
What did you buy?
Toys.
Toys. That's
Why
always.
Maybe Legos or Robux.
Well, those sound awesome.
Do you want to say something in Chinese?
新年快乐。
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you for being part of our event and part of our celebration. It's great that we could share this with a larger Northeast Ohio audience. And if you weren't here earlier, I think it's actually more proper to say national audience, because we have people from across the country joining us today. So thank you very much to the Marin family, and thanks for sharing your toys and your experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hope to see you at a Asia Town restaurant nearby soon.
Yes.
Great.
All right.
Bye, guys.
You guys,
Thank you.
you guys take care.
Happy New Year.
All right. Up next, we're going to switch it up a little bit. We went from delicious foods to family customs, and now we're going to enjoy another musical performance. This time, this segment will be from Rosa Lee. Just like Janice Liu earlier, Rosa is one of premier musicians, very familiar with Chinese traditional instruments, but this is a little different, and I believe she'll introduce her instrument. So without further ado, here's Rosa Lee. To be clear, this is one of Rosa's students. This is
right. It's one of the youngest student. She's performing first.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon. I am Rosa Lee. This is the year of ox, and the ox is the symbol of prosperity and diligence that will be manifested in all of us in the coming year. We celebrate Chinese New Year festival in many traditional ways: to sing, to dance, to prepare good food. Of course, music is an important element in our tradition to celebrate the Chinese New Year. The instrument I am going to play is guzheng, and this instrument was invented around 220 BC. The right hand will handle the melody, when the left hand will control the pressing and the release. That will create the embellishments to the melody. That's melody. That would be the embellishments. Unlike two-string erhu, there are many more strings on guzheng. When I perform this instrument, you can try to count it. At the end, you can tell me how many there are on the instrument. This is 招财进宝. It means that will bring you a lot of fortune to your life in this coming year. It is my honor to do the virtual performance. I truly appreciate Johnny's hard work and Lisa's coordination. As you can imagine, there are many other staff
They also work behind the scenes to make the celebration possible. Thanks to all of them. Before I perform, I wish you have a happy new year and a good health.
All right, that's wonderful. Let's give Rosalie a virtual round of applause. She's always been a highlight at many of our celebrations and events. Well, let's keep the ball rolling. Up next, we have another segment from the Quan Lion Family Dance. This time, they've moved down the street just a little bit. This performance is at the Payne Commons on Payne Avenue. And why don't we go ahead and cue that up and start the video, and I can add some comments along the way. So for those people that are not familiar with the term Payne Commons, this is where some of our favorite Asian town restaurants are. That includes Coco Bakery, On Kebab, a few others. For those that were not here earlier when the Lion performed, I'll repeat some of what I said earlier about the traditions and the symbolism. So here the lion, and there's two of them, there's an adult lion and there's also a baby lion. It's very important in Asian culture, especially on New Year's and important occasions such as grand openings of restaurants, for the lions to bring luck and good fortune to the facility. So they do that by visiting the facility, and in this case, obviously we have to social distance. So the lion's just going to, I believe, this is the doorways of these facilities to bring them good luck.
So right now the lion's in front of Sun Hair Salon at Payne Commons. We're visiting basically every business along Payne Commons. This is right on Payne, it's kind of across from Asian Evergreen Housing. So it's pretty cool because we were actually stopping traffic in the parking lot. We're visiting Han Kebab. So this is where you could get really spicy Chinese cuisine. I think it's northern cuisine. They're open every day except for Wednesday, and sometimes on Wednesdays I have cravings for Han Kebab, but I'm like, oh, they're closed. They are open today.
While they absolutely have some delicious spicy food, they also have some other non-spicy foods, and sometimes we order the food mild. So if there are people out there that are concerned about being burned, don't be. It's delicious nonetheless. The kebabs that they offer are of many different varieties.
Many people might remember them from the Cleveland Asian Festival. You know, their lines are really long, but the kebabs, you can still get the kebabs by ordering them at Han Kebab. So I still get the squid whenever I'm there, and No Wayne gets the lamb.
So again, for those that may have missed their earlier introduction, Kwan Lion Dance team has been doing this now for greater than 3 decades, and it's 3 generations of lion dancers throughout the community. It's led by George Kwan Jr. The team was started by his father, George Kwan Sr., and they're still very popular in the Asia Town as we celebrate. On any typical year, unlike this year, on any typical year, I remember I would see George at these restaurants, and he's literally performing his 3rd or 4th lion dance of that day, and they would squeeze in anywhere from 30 to 40 lion dances in any given year. But that's because of how great they are and how all the different facilities want to be able to celebrate with a lion dance. So we're glad that they could be a part of our event today.
Just want to give a shout out quickly to Coco Bakery. They do have a lot of vegan special that's only available during the Lunar New Year season.
Yeah, well, you might want to repeat that, or at least on my end, you broke up a little bit, Lisa.
So Coco Bakery, right now they have vegan items and a lot of different items available during the Lunar New Year season. That's only available now.
Yeah, talking about all this food during Lunar New Year's while I sit here is not the best idea, because I'm getting progressively hungry with every act that we introduce. But Johnny, are we ready to move on?
Yeah, we can move on to. Do you want to just do the 2 performances and segment, then we can just go to skip one of the live part of it?
Okay, yeah. In that case, up next, once again, we have Mongolian dance from Stellar A Dance Academy. So let's enjoy
the current dance.
Okay, so right after that, we're going to have the Karen dance. We met Shawen earlier from the Akron Karen Culture Dance Academy, and that'll be the follow-up performance immediately after the Stellar A Dance Academy. So without further ado, let's enjoy it.
Mweti mweleba Pida omelo Onya pleto Ya mweti Yauba iko iti kujawa
Well, that was fantastic. Let's give them another round of applause, virtual applause. So one of the great things about these events, whether it's a celebration like we're having today or the Cleveland Asian Festival, is as you can see, there's just this wide variety, breadth, and diversity of talents and performances within the local Asiatown, local community. But that really represents all of the diversity that we have in all of these Asian cultures as well. So it's just our pleasure to be able to bring you just a glimpse of that. Certainly within the minimum time that we have available today, we can only show so many items. But look forward to more as we get back to celebrating in person one of these days. Certainly, events like the Cleveland Asian Festival, which is a partner organization with OCA Greater Cleveland, is a big part of that, bringing these talents to the forefront so that we can all enjoy them on stage together. So at this point, are Karis and Shenyuan ready to go? Oh, hey!
Hi! Hey, Wayne. Hey, Lisa. Thanks for having me. Good. Shin is coming on really soon. Just a few technical issues, but it's good to see you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, good seeing you too. Earlier, Joyce was on, and I talked a little bit about Midtown. So for our audience, I'll just give a very brief introduction, and then you can tell the audience a little bit more about yourself, and then Shinwan can do the same. So as we talked about with Joyce, Midtown is really kind of engaged in and helped to support a variety of programs within the Asiatown community in particular. And I believe, Karis, you've been now with Midtown for about 1.5 years, about, if my memory serves.
Good memory, Wayne. Yeah, that's right.
Serving as a Asiatown, I'm probably gonna get your title wrong, Asiatown project manager, is that?
Yeah, Director of Asiatown Initiatives in Midtown.
Absolutely. So I've just been amazed by all of the great and wonderful works that you and the Midtown team have been doing within the Asiatown community. I think it's all. I think as people enjoy the signs, the little things, the artwork that has been added to the community, they may not think about why that's there, but Karis and Shenyuan are the reason why, along with the help and support of many of the other people in the community. So thank you for that. So rather than me talk, how about I pass the mic over to you, and you can tell us a little bit about what you do for Midtown and some of the very exciting things that's happening in Asiatown.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Wayne. That is so kind. We're really honored to get to do this work with Midtown and to get to focus on Asiatown. So for my job, I get to focus on uplifting the Asiatown community, and we're really grateful to get to stand on the work of so many other people like you two and so many others who have done so much in the community already. So some of the things we do is really work to create more of a physical sense of belonging. So like you said, through artwork, so having artwork that's designed, we have artwork designed by local artists and Asian American artists to showcase the amazing local talent we have and just to show people that they belong here in this neighborhood. We just completed a strategic vision and really highlight our businesses too. And so promoting our different businesses. Just a couple of weeks ago, we got to participate in the citywide Eat and Explore CLE, where we got to feature a number of different businesses. The whole initiative is to visit different neighborhoods around Cleveland to celebrate, to eat and explore and shop and support our local businesses. And even in the winter, you can still grab some food, get takeout, and sit outside. And so we were able to get some furniture. I think that the program right now is featuring West Park in Cleveland, on the west side of Cleveland, but we were able to be featured just a few weeks ago. So lots of food, lots of options in Asiatown for sure. And so this year we really wanted to promote for everyone to celebrate virtually, even though we couldn't get together like we were this time last year in Asia Plaza, like packed together with thousands of people. So we're really telling people here are a couple traditions. We've been, really excited to get to celebrate here with all of you and get to see all these amazing performances that you've been able to coordinate today. And so on our website, asiatowncleveland.org/Lunar New Year, we tried to feature a couple different traditions and the meanings of different traditions of how people celebrate. So things like what oranges mean and what Hangbao is. And so a lot of the things that you guys have been talking about today, but we also feature special dishes from different restaurants. So, and I've heard you all mention a lot of them today too, but some of the meanings behind like this year for the Year of the Ox, it's really good luck to have beef. And so Wonton Gourmet has a really great hot and spicy beef that, and so on our website, you can see kind of all the different features and different menu items we've been featuring. Yes, thank you, Lisa. Wow. So these are our Lunar New Year celebration guides. So we have a digital version on our website, and these are physical versions that you can find many places around Asiatown, as well as the OCA counter in Asia Plaza, right next to the ATM, with a map that features all of our different restaurants. We have 21 Asian-owned restaurants in Asiatown, and kind of a particular dish that has special meaning for the new year that you can get. Hey, Shin!
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. So Shin is our amazing community organizer. And Shin, I was just talking a little bit about some of our businesses and our virtual Lunar New Year celebration guide, but Shin organized a small community gathering just to get our community to celebrate last week. And through a lot of different ways, through deliveries, lots of resident volunteers contributing their talent. So Shin, I wonder if you would want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that small celebration is for our community residents, and it's after a year of hard work. Finally, we feel a sense of home here, because especially as immigrants celebrate New Year is really meaningful for us because we all share the same roots, and it makes us really proud of who we are and our culture.
Yeah, and so some of the ways that you all celebrated, there's a mom's group that you've been forming in Asia Town, right? And you delivered bags of rice flour to the different families so that they could participate in their traditions with their families and send us pictures so we could kind of celebrate together with them, right?
Yeah, because if you're in the North region, you cannot miss dumpling on your dinner table. If you're from the South, you cannot miss the niangao, because it's a play of words. Niangao, it means rice, like raise. It means you're gonna have a big paycheck. You have to eat it.
Oh, a raise. Yeah, that's awesome. There also were some volunteers. There also were some volunteers who were painting, hand painting calligraphy couplets, right? Can you tell us more about those?
So we have a bunch of volunteers who's really really into the culture, and 4 of them are more 19 years old. They are still practicing their calligraphy. And we also have another volunteer from Park to Shop and also joined this. We are able to collect more than 40 calligraphies that are able to hang on the people's door. And we have seen a lot of people who get our couplets are being hung on their wall and to celebrate this new year.
Yeah, I was really lucky to be able to get one too. So I got to put it outside of the door in my office. Can you tell us some of the so these are like good wish greetings, right? So these are couplets. You hang them outside your door for the new year to bring in good wishes. Can you, what are some of the wishes? Do you remember kind of like the gist of what they mean?
I remember the one you got, it means the lucky star will shine on you for the whole year. Yeah, and the one Joyce got is to praise the beauty of the nature, to be respectful for the nature. And most of the couplets are saying, wish you a smooth and a happy new year. And just like wishing a blessing for you. It's really meaningful, especially if you get it from seniors. It's like a blessing from a senior to you.
Yeah, it's like they're passing on their wisdom too.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
So I mentioned earlier that Karis joined Midtown in this capacity about 1.5 years ago. And I remember last year as we celebrated Lunar New Year together, Shenyuan, you had just, I think that was right before you joined Midtown officially. So you're coming right up on your 1-year anniversary at Midtown. And I have to say the community is all the better for both of your hard work. So thank you very much for that. The thing that I think is quite interesting and amazing, and that maybe we should spend a couple of minutes commenting on, is that when you guys joined the Midtown to help encourage the growth and development of the community, I think that's still very much part of your jobs, but our environment has changed, right? I mean, in the course of this short year, we've faced issues of racial prejudice because of just the media and how it handled COVID. We faced difficulties with, in particular, Asian restaurants not getting the clientele because people were just afraid that somehow they were going to get COVID because the media was portraying it as something related to Asian foods. And then, of course, everyone was sent home and our lifestyles all changed. But within that context, I think you guys have still been able to do an amazing job. But your job has changed a little bit from just encouraging the growth of businesses and reaching out to the community to really look deeper within the current needs of the neighborhood and then adapting your skills and talents to really be able to address that. And you guys hinted at that a little bit, but there are a lot of people in the audience that are not aware of those programs, of how you have had a food service delivered to residents within the community who really had a sense of isolation as everyone was at home. So I want you guys just to spend a little bit of time. I know that it's not in your nature to pat yourself on the back, but I can tell you, I heard firsthand how much that really meant to a lot of the residents, and it's a big deal. So do spend a little bit of time talking about that and how you guys were able to really reach out to the community.
Sure. Well, I can quickly say, well, first, I think our community is really strong and resilient, and we've really seen that over this past year. It's been amazing to see, our community come together and care for each other. And so one of those programs we were able to do, thanks to a grant from the Greater Cleveland COVID Rapid Response Fund, was to purchase bulk meals from each of our businesses to support them in a time that, business has been really slow for over a year for our businesses in Asiatown. So they've been hit really hard. And so we've been able to purchase bulk meals from a bunch of the different restaurants. We kind of did a rotating meal and make it available to anyone who needed food in the community or anyone who was around. And so it was just a great way. It actually turned into kind of like a distance, COVID safe community meal, because people would come and see each other, of course, wearing masks, and we would keep it outside. But, we would distribute these hot meals, and they would know they were eating the same thing, even if they would take it home together.
And I will also say, because as Carrie just mentioned, we have used our hard work to build trust with our residents. So residents, when they see that, they are also willing to share their gifts and assets with us. So from Sweethearts and to our square dancing, now even our adult literacy grant, that's how we step by step to create a community here.
Yeah, some of our residents took up the hobby of baking during the pandemic and decided that they wanted to bake for their neighbors. And so baked, what was it, Shin? Like over 600 individually wrapped desserts. And we made them in care packages. Lisa was a huge help. We did it in conjunction with promoting the census as well. And so kind of distributed them all over the neighborhood for people to enjoy. And so we've just seen a lot of those efforts of community care. And the square dancing, we're really excited. I hope everyone enjoyed getting to see that video today. And I think there's one more coming. But Shin, do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Well, square dancing. Well, we are going to have our new square dancing this year, and just come outside to meet your neighbors in Asiatown. And we're not only just exercising, we're also to support our businesses after square dancing.
Yeah, so they'll be going to get a takeout meal afterwards from a particular restaurant and get to bond together more, dancing and also conversation.
And that's all a huge part of just creating and developing that community. Just one more thing, because I know that, again, the residents really appreciated it. Not only were they getting those deliveries of food, but they were getting handwritten notes in Chinese, right? I think the messaging was just so meaningful, because, again, people were at their homes, really worried, but then they were getting food delivered, but the messages of support in the language that they were familiar with. So thank you very much. I know that they appreciate it, so I want to at least extend that thanks to the both of you and to the rest of the team. Now, you did mention square dancing. I think we're ready for that next segment in the video. We have, this one is Over the Mountain, and again, it's going to be danced by some of our Asiatown residents. So without further ado,
Sorry.
Nice.
whoops. All right, I think that was amazing, first of all. So next time you see them, make sure you thank them. Hopefully they're watching, but if they're not, let them know that it went extremely well, and We all very much appreciated them sharing their dance with us. But up next, we have a lantern craft event that we're going to do.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and fill us in.
Okay, so we're gonna do a quick lantern craft. We're gonna make something very simple, which is great for the Lunar New Year. This is also really popular. We did this one time in the neighborhood for the Mid-Autumn Festival. So we will do this. While we do this, should we just keep talking? I guess, Shin, we can keep talking about, maybe we can keep talking about the square dancers if you wanna tell us about who they are. And while we do that, if anyone wants to join us, you can take any piece of paper, any size, mine is a square, and you need a pair of scissors. I'm sorry, I had mine right here and I need to find them. But you're just gonna fold a small strip on one end, and then the rest of it you're gonna fold in half. And I'm gonna find my scissors. Oh, here they are.
As Karis is finding the scissors, I can share something about our square dancing.
Yes, please.
So the 3 ladies you see in the video, they are our really lovely aunties, and all of them are more than 80 years old. But you can tell, right, because they're pretty vibrant on the video. And this year, they also got award. It's our community asset. They have been helping us performing this square dancing group, and they have been teaching us how to do square dancing. And they got really excited when they know they're going to be on live. Say, okay, we will do this for you. So even it's really cold, and they are still able to help us to get this video.
That's so awesome. So where were they dancing?
There's a building downtown. Oh my God, I can't remember the name, but they discovered it. They said, okay, let's just sneak in. Let's just sneak in.
That's amazing. And Wayne was saying earlier that that's kind of how it is in China too, right? You could just go to any public places and you'll see people dancing like that. So it's amazing that they're able to do that here.
Right.
Okay, so I found my scissors. I just cut off a strip from the paper, and then from the other half that you fold in half, what I'm gonna do is just cut a bunch of strips down the line like this.
Well, as you're cutting, I have to share a really delicious dish with everyone who's watching right now. So for the new year, everyone is going to eat fish, because it's also another play on the words. Because yu as fish also means surplus or leftover in Chinese. So everyone will have fish on their dinner table. But one of the favorite way to cook fish is grilled fish with hot pot base.
Ooh.
And that in Sichuan hot pot, Sichuan cafe, and Sichuan gourmet, because it's like a whole freshwater fish, and with the Sichuan peppercorn and chilies, like cover all of them, and also have other condiments like lotus roots, spring broth, and bamboo roots. It's just really, really delicious. If you love spicy food, I highly recommend that.
That sounds amazing. So where can we get that, Shin?
Sichuan Cafe, Sichuan Gourmet, and Sichuan Hot Pot.
And what should we order?
Grilled fish, spicy grilled fish.
Spicy grilled fish?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds so good. And is there any significance in the fish being whole?
Yes, because it means abundance. Like the whole means you have the head and tail from the beginning to the end.
Oh,
so
okay.
New Year, you can have like abundant New Year, and you always have enough to eat, have enough to use, have enough to save.
That sounds amazing. How can we get that if we're just 1 or 2 people? How big is it?
It's not that giant, and you will be amazed by your appetite after you eat.
I'm sure that's very true. That's so amazing. Okay, so now if you have all your cuts made in your paper, this is super easy. All you have to do is kind of turn it this way after you finish the cuts and unfold it, and then wrap it around. Mine's kind of mini because my paper is smaller. And then just take some tape, and you can tape it together and attach the. I'm gonna do a little trade because I taped it already earlier. So this is what it will look like. You'll tape it together here, tape the handle together, and then you'll have a little lantern.
Yay!
Thanks for doing that with us.
Thanks. Your skills are abundant there. Arts, crafts.
And it's the perfect timing to now go order. It's 6 o'clock right now. Perfect timing to go order grilled fish hot pot.
I was saying throughout this event that with every segment, I get more and more hungry because we keep talking about all these wonderful, delicious foods. So thank you so much to both of you for joining us and being a big part of this celebration. It's so important to be able to celebrate with our friends and our family. And here we're celebrating together still virtually. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's great to celebrate. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy
Take
New
care.
Year. Thank you so much.
All right, that was fantastic. So up next, we have another treat. We've seen them already if you were with us earlier with Janice Liu and Rosa Lee. But this time they're going to be performing together. And so here they are without further ado.
Hey, Wayne,
Yes.
do you want to also just move forward to the food symbolism?
Sure, we can do that. So, directly up next is Rosa and Janice, like I mentioned. But then shortly after that, throughout this event, you heard about how important food is as part of Lunar New Year and Chinese New Year. So we're going to have George Kwan Jr., who you saw previously, although you can't recognize him because he had the lion on. He's the lion performer, but he's going to be explaining the significance of some of these dishes right before the team devours the food. So those are the two segments that we have coming up next. Please do enjoy.
Right. Well, Christopher, I'm here to tell you about some of these traditional Chinese New Year's dishes that we have in front of us. All right. Traditionally, it would start with a soup, a seafood soup, but we don't have soup today. The soup was always meant to be shared, like all the food, but it's also there to warm the spirit. It's what they use the soup for. But passing the soup after that, there's an appetizer right over here. This is just a barbecue platter of chicken, pork, and duck. And one of the traditional meals that we have to have in the New Year is we're supposed to eat pork, we're supposed to eat chicken, and we're supposed to eat fish. So we'll move on to some of the other dishes, but that's just an appetizer type plate. Next would go to the center. We've got these wonderful dumplings. Dumplings are a symbol of prosperity and good fortune because they look like little bags of money, and they stuff the filling, and it just kind of simulates wealth and good fortune. So that's what the dumplings are for. Moving on, let's go to the chicken. All right, we have a whole chicken, and the chicken, what it represents is when you bring the entire family together. All right, that's why it's called a whole chicken. The whole family gets together and enjoys the meal, and that's what the symbolic meaning of a whole chicken presented like this at New Year's. Now, we'll go over to the fish. Fish is very unique. One, it's a symbol of prosperity and life, but it's said that when you're serving your meal, the person who's on the end where the fish's head is facing, he should be served first, whether it comes to food or tea, and then the person directly across from him that's facing the tail, those two people should have a symbolic toast for the new year, and it brings good luck to the whole table. So whenever you see a fish and if it's facing you, it brings more fortune to you. We have noodles. Any of the noodle dishes served, some are traditional noodle dishes for the new year. Those noodle dishes mean long life. The longer the noodle, the longer the life. So noodle dishes are very popular in the new year. Rice is a staple, so we've got fried rice there. I'm not sure what kind it is, but they usually serve 3 different types of proteins in there. You'll have sometimes a chicken, a shrimp. You might have some pork mixed inside of the fried rice as a symbolic, or even you might have dried shrimp also for the new year. Finally, the culmination is going to be our lobster. This is the double lobster. It means double luck, and a good symbol of that is when the 2 lobsters sit side by side, they look like that. That symbol up on the wall, that's symbol for double luck. A lot of times they'll see those at wedding ceremonies, the marriage of 2 people, but double lobster means double luck for everybody at the table. So everything has a little bit of symbolism for it. Usually they would serve a cold soup or sweet soup. The sweetness is supposed to give you the feeling it gives you a sweet life, a sweet taste for your life. Finally, they have a dessert, and they didn't bring it out, but usually it's oranges or again something sweet, and that symbolize prosperity, right, and long life for everyone. So chicken, pork, fish, those are the 1, 2, and 3. And like I said, the chicken's made to make sure that everybody's together as a family for the new year. So we're wishing everybody prosperity in the year of the ox.
So if you weren't hungry before, I'm sure you're hungry now, because I certainly am. So thank you, George, for sharing with us and explaining some of those traditional favorite meals and dishes that are enjoyed during this time of year. So throughout this event, you've seen George a couple of times as part of the lion dance. And we do have another segment coming up and it'll be the last segment of the Lion Dance, where they're performing in Asia Plaza. I think we have a couple of minutes, so I know that some people have joined us just recently and that may have missed some of our earlier information. So I'll just mention that this program is being brought to you and hosted by OCA, Asian Pacific American Advocates, the Greater Cleveland chapter. If you want to find more about the work that we do, besides putting on events like this, which is part of our cultural outreach arm, we do a lot more than that, including civic engagement, voter engagement, a host of other programs. You can find out information about that on OCAGC.org. That's OCAGC.org. And if you want to be part of this and be part of this organization, please do consider joining us as a member as well. And on our website, you can find out information about how you can join to be part of our membership so that we can collaborate and so that we can advocate together. So with that, why don't we go ahead and start our next segment. This is, once again, the Kwan Family Lion Dance team. Throughout, I'll put in little snippets of information, so I think we can just go ahead and start the video.
So this is Li Wa. This is in front of Li Wa.
For those that may not be familiar, Li Wa is part of the Asia Plaza. And Asia Plaza is located East 30th Street, Payne Avenue. This is also kind of a hub location for the Cleveland Asian Festival. And throughout this area, this corner where we shut down Payne Avenue, Cleveland Asian Festival being one of the participating sponsors for this event, along with OCA.
So normally Li Wa has like maybe at least 3 or 5 different Lunar New Year dinners where they would have a lion dance in the restaurant, but due to COVID, due to guest gatherings, they did not have that this year. So this was a surprise to everyone, all the diners, as well as the guests at Asia Plaza. The lion dance came through, so whoever was there was lucky enough to enjoy the lion dance in person.
And again, for those friends that are joining us and a further earlier explanation, the lion dance and the later performance from Dragon is very important and culturally significant for occasions such as the Lunar New Year, where the dances really bring good fortune and luck to the facilities. And so what's happening here is the lion is being tempted by the lure, and the lure has lettuce and it has a red envelope on it. And as explained earlier, the red envelope has lucky money on it. So everything is very symbolic with these dances. The red envelope is for good fortune, and the lettuce, as you watch the lion take the lettuce and shred the lettuce, and then distribute the lettuce and share it with the crowd. It's sharing that good fortune and that prosperity. And often this place would be packed with people, wall to wall, to enjoy the lion dance. The lion would distribute spring forth sweets and candy to the kids as well. Sweetness for the new year. So again, a big part of the custom is distributing fortune. And so again, the oranges, because they're orange, it's the same color as gold. So that's like distributing luck.
So we have a question here about where the dragon head's made. This is not a dragon. This is actually a lion, and they're usually made in China.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate with the lion as well. But I can certainly say for the OCA dragon, which we'll see a little bit later, dragon was born in China. It takes fine craftsmanship to be able to make these lions and dragons. So I don't know if the performers expected the firecrackers, but that's also a big part of the tradition. Loud noises, whether it's gong, drums, or firecrackers, are intended to make sure that any bad luck and mischievous spirits are not here, and only good fortune will be present for the new year. So here again, in front of a different storefront, is another lettuce red envelope lure. And as part of the tradition, the lion will go to each business and perform in front of it and bring each business good luck and fortune.
So Jason just asked a question about the different color of the lion dens, and actually it's based on the region they came from. Some certainly regions have different colors, and they also have different kind of a look. But most of the time it's going to be gold and red, sometimes a little bit black, depending the type of the region they're from and how they use it for. So there's the red lion for good luck, the yellow lion is for good fortune, green for money, blue would normally be used for a funeral because of darker color. So those are different color meanings.
So here the lion is in the Sisters gift shop within Asia Plaza, where a variety of different merchandise could be found. I'm amazed that it was able to fit in, but it had to they had to put it into the reverse gear to get out of this throw without knocking things over. So very talented and very agile lion. And here we have again the feeding of the lion, the red envelopes, which is the lucky money inside the red envelopes. Hong Bao or Laixi.
I'm just gonna quickly hear about the type of the costume, how it's made. The head themselves are constructed from strips of bamboo covered with paper mache and finished with reflective laser paper, sequin, fur, and paint. The mouth is moved directly by a dancer's hand, while the blinking eyes and flopping ears are controlled via strings. And anybody watching this, if you want to feel the good luck, you can send a virtual red envelope by sending some donation to the Cash App Quan Lion Dance Team.
As we mentioned, because of the circumstance we're in, this is certainly a much smaller crowd than what the lion is used to seeing. But I know, talking with George in the past, I'll share, obviously, the kids are always very excited. But in the future, if you guys happen to have, or be fortunate enough to be able to enjoy this, make sure the little kids don't yank on the lion too hard. Sometimes the kids will yank on the tail, or yank on the costume, or yank on the ear. Just tell them that it hurts the lion, because again, it can be a delicate craft. So we don't want to, if you imagine they perform 30, 40 times a year, we want to make sure that lion stays in good condition. I can see that fuzzy tail being quite something for a little bit, but better not to. We want the lion to stay happy. Earlier, we talked about one of the other great markets that we have in Asian Town. This is another one. This is part of the Asian Plaza complex. This one is Park to Shop. Just like the other one that we talked about, it has all kinds of delicious foods, delicious sauces, spices, pretty much anything that you might need to be able to cook your own authentic Asian dishes. It's enjoying a red envelope from the counter. It's important that the lion visits throughout the facility, bring good luck to every corner of every building, every store.
So, P, how was I? This is a very good question. The story behind the lion. I did a quick Google to make sure that we got the information correctly. The lion dance originated in China during the Tang Dynasty, when an emperor was troubled by a nightmare, which ended after he was saved by a rare and strange beast, and the lion. An important part of the New Year celebration is a way to scare off evil spirits, especially in the southern Chinese system of Kung Fu, and also associated with the Qing Dynasty, when the martial artists used the lion dance as a secret means of communication. But now we use it a lot for for opening of any new store, businesses, and such, to bring good luck and scare off evil spirit.
Since the gentleman did join late, I'll mention for those newcomers that were not here for the earlier explanation. So much of the performances are symbolic. So the lion is eating the lettuce, distributing oranges, distributing candy. All of these things, whether it's sweets to represent and symbolize the goodness and the sweetness of life, or the lettuce to represent fortune, oranges, which is the color of gold, representing prosperity. All of these things are being distributed to the audience that is here to participate. And you see how the lion is able to articulate and blink its eyes and move its ears. It's quite animated, quite lively, with a lot of character when controlled by a skilled lion dancer.
So did you all catch that? That's the owner of Arthur's Shop, who is a line dancer himself. In younger days, he wanted to do a little dancing. Now we're at another station in front of the store. Again, you could feed the lion a virtual red envelope through the Cash app for the Quan Lion Dance Team.
Team was started by George Kwan Sr. The tradition continues with his grandchildren and his children and their community. Yay! So that was once again the Kwan Family Lion Dance Team helping us just celebrate this very important holiday in the Asian culture and in the Asian traditions. We're certainly doing things very differently this year, and celebrating the New Year is no different. So thank you very much. I think up next is another OCA board member. This is going to be Harold Ham. Harold, thank you for joining us. Harold is the treasurer of OCA Greater Cleveland. Thanks for being here.
Oh, my pleasure. If you're seeking money right now, I have nothing to give you.
Well, maybe you can tell us. So that's your official position, obviously. What we're here to talk about is the celebration of this most wonderful event. So maybe you can share with the audience how you enjoy Lunar New Year, and what is most meaningful about it with you.
Sure. Well, I often think of the Lunar New Year as a food orgy. But definitely, the Chinese New Year period is one of my favorite times of the year. My favorite memories about Chinese New Year are the great large parties held during the week preceding Chinese New Year, and then several weeks thereafter. Every year, I would typically attend 3 to 5 parties to celebrate the Chinese New Year, and the first party was always at one of my was the one at my mother's restaurant, Li Hua Restaurant, to celebrate the closing of the year. Then that party would be followed after the Chinese New Year in subsequent weeks by additional parties sponsored by different Asian organizations or businesses. And each of these parties usually had a different twist or flavor to it. Although I must admit the food tended to be the same at almost every party. The restaurants are always heavily decorated in Chinese red decor with lucky gift envelopes hanging everywhere. The parties are, as I said before, food orgies filled with at least 8 to 12 course meals featuring chicken, beef, pork, shrimp, lobster, vegetables, and noodles. And so I would just keep on gorging myself. And that's the reason why I need to lose some weight. And typically, we would sit there for 2 to 3 hours doing nothing but eating. In fact, going to a party on a Sunday night was the worst possible thing to do because going to work on Monday became very difficult when you're stuffed with meat. And after the food, the parties would typically have presentations, money and gift giveaways, and entertainment like line dancing, singing, or dancing. I especially like the ones that my mother had at her restaurant back in the early 2000s. She used to have a Chinese New Year party that would be with an entire restaurant. Li Hua would be packed with about 400 people. That's the maximum capacity that the restaurant could hold. And she had different performances appear. And I always liked that great. There was this African American gentleman who was really big, and he called himself Black Mountain. And Black Mountain could speak certain Chinese words, and he was really funny. And I will always remember him getting up there and saying things in Chinese to everybody. And he was just really big, and so he looked like a mountain. Anyways, my mother, Donna Hom, who passed away last month, hosted many of these parties during the past 30 years, and she loved every minute of these parties. I will definitely miss those parties now that she is gone. I also enjoyed taking my 2 sons to these Chinese New Year events when they were young kids. I did not grow up with such events because Cleveland did not have a large Chinese community when I was growing up. However, my sons could experience the excitement from a child's point of view, which I never did. And they were scared of the lion and the noise generated by the drums. They thought that the lion would eat them if they did not behave, and I always encouraged them to believe that. And they had a chance to eat the different food items while my wife would explain to them the significance of each food item in Chinese culture. Typically, the significance was related to wealth or good fortune. Often my kids, after watching some of the performances, would try to go home and reenact them, especially the ones with martial arts performances with swords. So I think that for my sons, they experienced the best of Chinese, the best of their Chinese heritage, through all these great parties and Chinese New Year events. And I'm glad to see that this year OCA and other organizations are promoting the Chinese New Year traditions even during this time of COVID. Thank you. are there any questions I can answer for anybody?
Thank you, Harold.
Thank you, Harold, and thank you for mentioning your mom. Obviously, Donna and your family have been such a huge part of the Asiatown community and its growth, and the support of the community is with your family during this time as well. So thanks for bringing that up, Harold.
Oh, my pleasure, and certainly, I must admit, I think the three hardest working people in supporting our Chinese community would be Wayne Wong, Lisa Wong, and Johnny Wu. I cannot think of three harder working people. And when I retire, I hope to join you and become the fourth one. But that might still be a while away.
Well, when you retire, maybe I'm gonna retire from a lot of things as well, and we'll go enjoy retirement together.
Okay.
But thank you for sharing those fond memories of how your family celebrated, because ultimately that's what this is all about. It's about creating those memories with family and friends. We're doing it a little bit differently this year, but that's okay because we're still enjoying. So thanks, Harold, for joining us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wayne.
All right. I think up next, Johnny, if we're ready, we can bring on our next act, just so that we stay tight with the schedule. Up next is Rosa Lee and Janice Liu. They're going to do another traditional Chinese instrument duet. The name of this piece is called Cloud Chasing Moon. So without further ado, let's enjoy together. All right, let's go ahead and give them another virtual round of applause to Janice Liu and Rosa Lee. They've certainly provided us with some great performances as part of our OCA Lunar New Year celebration, and we look forward to seeing more of them in the years to come. We've shared a little bit. I think we have a little bit of time. We've shared a little bit about our personal story. about Lunar New Year and celebrate our favorite memories. Lisa, is there anything that that perhaps you might want?
I just want to share one thing. I know we talked a lot about eating and food and how important the meanings of the foods are. But I think one of the most important things is just eating together with the family. I remember a memory of when I was younger. I don't know, maybe about 5 or 6 or 7. I remember one morning my mom woke all of us up really early in the morning, earlier than normal. You know, you start school in elementary school around like, what, 7 something in the morning. So it must have been like 5 or 6 a.m. And she woke us up and she had the entire table filled with dinner food. This is in the morning. So it's like, we're like, you know, we're barely awake and we're like stumbling to the table like, what's all this? She's like, it's New Year's, because it was the only chance that all of us could eat together, because my dad works second shift. So it was like early in the morning where we can all sit together and have a meal together. My mom's like, you know, even if you're not hungry, just eat something. You know, all she cared about is that we eat together. So we all had a little bite before we went to school that morning. So that's one of my memories of sharing a meal with my family together.
That's great. And again, like so many of these stories that our guests have shared and that we all shared, you know, these are many of them that we talk about are from our childhood. Those are the ones, those are the memories that linger. And I think for me personally, that's why I think it's so important that that we include our children in these celebrations, so that they have those memories and they can pass on these traditions as the years progress. So thanks for sharing that. Up next, we have a segment from one of our I'll say senior advocates, Anthony Yen. He's been a big part of the community for many years, and that he's here to share a little bit as well. So let's welcome Anthony.
You know, I'm from China, from Shanghai,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm from a prominent family, and I was the youngest of 7 child. And in Shanghai, there was a different period. You know, I'm 88 years old, so you know, when I was a little, well, we were a prominent family at that time. And my job was assigned to receive the red envelope. Every people coming, some want to do business with my family, they come with a big envelope, different sizes, thickness, you know. I had to actually put my knee on the ground to receive the envelope. Everyone coming, they have eat, we call it nian gao. You know, they put some pork and onion and stir fry with like a noodle, you know, and that's delicious, delicious. And of course, every time they eat, I eat. So I was usually gain a few pounds after the Chinese New Year. And that was our kind of custom. But also, the very important, the night before the Chinese New Year, we all had to take bath. It's important, but at those days, not necessarily everybody got new clothes, but a new pair of socks was necessary. And we all get all dressed up in the morning and we kind of, you know, get ready. And then before the lunchtime, the whole table, dining room, I set up the fish with a red piece of paper on top of the eye, and a pig was a mouse, and the head was a red piece of paper. And they have all kinds of cakes, vegetable, fruit, and so on. That's set up for the ancestors. I wish everyone a happy new year. 恭喜发财，恭喜, you know, sort of congratulations to you. 发财 means making a lot of money. That's international word. So 恭喜发财, but they basically are saying, always wish somebody to have success. And that is how we celebrate the Chinese New Year.
All right, thank you, Anthony Yen, for sharing some of your memories and also sharing some of the language as well. So up next is another performance. This time we have the Pacific Paradise Entertainment Group, and they specialize in hula and Polynesian dance. They do a fantastic job. If you're interested in knowing more about them, they also have a website, pacificparadiseentertainment.com. They've been performing at the Cleveland Asian Festival and other events like that, and they're always a big hit and a big draw. So without further ado, let's start the entertainment with some Pacific entertainment. Very awesome. So once again, that was Pacific Paradise Entertainment. They've been entertaining us in the Northeast Ohio area for a few years now. So once again, thank you very much. So we're almost at the end of our program. We have one performance left. But before we actually get to that performance, I just wanted to have us on screen. We have not all of our board members could be here as part of our virtual stream, but certainly I want to give a shout out first to Nick Molbach, who's been working behind the scenes to make sure that everything runs smoothly on the technical side. So thank you, Nick. Also, our Vice President of Communications, Johnny Wu, that's been a big part of organizing this along with Lisa. But why don't we go ahead and just have each of you talk a little bit about, take a moment to share whatever you want to share with our audience.
I guess I'll start. Just thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this, Lisa, Johnny, Wayne. It was incredible. Loved seeing all these videos get put together and just seeing everything through. And Happy New Year, everybody.
Yep. Thank you again, everybody watching this. I'm Johnny Wu. Hope you guys enjoyed this, all the show we have today. And 恭喜发财，新年快乐。
Harold, do you want to go?
I'm sorry?
Harold, do you want to go?
Oh, sure. Thank you very much to everybody for attending today. And this may be the beginning of a new trend. So I'm sure that we'll be doing something like this every year. Aloha. No, I'm sorry. That's the wrong language. Anyways.
Well, thank you all for watching. This has been great. Thank you for those who stayed with us. Also want to remind everyone to just visit our website to view, or our social media sites like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and follow us and then learn more about what we're doing in the community as well as the programs. We do have a mentoring program coming up, and we are currently planning for the convention for the 50th anniversary in 2023. So stay tuned for more. Happy New Year. Gong hei pak choi. Thank you all for being here today.
Yeah, and Lisa did mention a couple of programs. There's going to be more information about those programs on our website if you're interested. The MAP program is a nationally organized program that we're bringing to Cleveland. It's for mentoring. We don't have time because already our program is running a little bit long, so we're not going to talk about it here. But there will be more information about that. Just stay tuned, subscribe to our social media, and I'm sure you'll hear all about that. So keep your eyes out for that, and celebrate with our larger national OCA body and presence by attending our national convention, which again, more information will be available on that. For myself, I just want to thank specifically Johnny, Lisa, and Nick for doing a lot of the heavy lifting and putting this program together, organizing all the performances, just scheduling all the logistics. This is a Hero said it, a new way of doing things. For the audience, we appreciate your feedback. We love your attendance. That's fantastic. But we would also appreciate your feedback. Is this something that you enjoyed? Is this something that you want to see more of as we try to figure out solutions that this pandemic has presented to us? But enough about that, because we're not here to talk about pandemics or anything. We are here to celebrate because that's what Lunar New Year is about. And it is my pleasure to introduce our closing act. I'll call it our finale. This is our own OCA Greater Cleveland Dragon Dance team. The team was created in 2014, largely because at the time, while there were other teams that did lion dances, such as the Kwan Family Lion Dance that does such an amazing job, there wasn't a dragon dance team that called Cleveland home. So we wanted to create such a team. A big shout out that in our first year in 2014, Seafood Shaka Brown taught the team the basics of dragon dancing, and he did an amazing job. And by the second year, I I had the good fortune of being able to kind of pick up the reins a little bit, and since then we've been performing throughout Northeast Ohio. I'm going to hazard and shout out to the team members, and I'll probably forget somebody. So if I do sincerely apologize. But before I do that, Happy New Year to all my family and friends. So
Happy
the
New
Dragon
Year.
team. So the Dragon team that you're about to see, shout outs to Lisa, who is part of the team, Johnny, who is part of the team, Dorian Scott, Suyan Scott, Chinja Scott, Alex Huang, David Huang, Rohit Shastri, Nathan Wong, Micah Yee, Joshua Yee, Susie Horridge, Jennifer F., John Cosma, Chris Blackfire,
Jacob Yee,
Maya Tang, and Martin King. Some of these folks have moved on. They've moved outside of our area, but certainly once you're a dragon, you're always a dragon. So without further ado, here is the OCA Cleveland Dragon Dance Team. Happy New Year! I was introduced. Big shout out to Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones and also Girl Bob that I forgot to mention earlier. In case the audio didn't come through, I just wanted to put out a big shout out that I did forget to mention as I was going through the direction. Stephen Jones, sorry brother, and also Earl Bogg, two other team members. I knew I was going to do that. When I was sending shout outs to the Dragon team, I knew I was going to do it at the danger of going to summary a large group of people. I had to mention two of our very important members, Stephen John and Vera Bob. My apologies.